Hello, hello. How's everybody doing? What up here? That, that. Yeah, please do, Fools and Tools. Be awesome. Here we go. There's the link. Dino, sing. How's everybody doing tonight? Hey, Sing.
Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
How you doing, brother? Yep, you're good. Your mic's good. How you doing tonight?
Good, good, good.
Awesome. That's good. This is just kind of a throw together. I wanted to do it tonight
All right.
because I thought Sandy'd be here, but she ain't gonna make it. So, oh well.
That's all right.
Yeah, I've been with my cousin all all day.
Just taking care of business.
Yep, hanging out with her, taking care of business. She's trying to get a trailer, things like that. What you been up to?
Well, same as usual. A lot of energy work,
Yeah,
energy frequency tuning, and the daily things I need to get done. Certain aspects of things. I actually made it out to the park today by a river,
nice,
so when it's nice weather, I go up there for a short
cool,
period, about an hour.
cool. You see any ladies today?
Oh yeah, can't miss those.
Heck no, heck no.
So, what shall we bring to the table? Come on, the commenters. What shall we bring to the table? You all need to assist with this if you want it to be an interesting panel. Everybody's got to participate.
That's right. I can't. It's hard for me to come up with subjects all the time.
There's usually interesting side comments that are feasible to elaborate on, expand.
Yeah, I seen Fools and Tools might come up. That's cool. I've never seen him up on a panel.
She's good. She's got a lot of information.
Yeah.
She's good.
Oh, here we go.
Who's coming up? Barbara Swing.
I might. She said, "Yeah, I might." Here we go. Here. Hello,
Well, yes, yes.
hello, Lenny, Lonnie. It's Lonnie.
Hello. Good morning, good evening, good evening, or good afternoon. Hello, everybody. Whatever it is.
Is she quiet or is it just me? She sound quiet?
No.
Or okay. I turned up my volume. Maybe it's just my volume.
How are
It
you?
sounds
How
Hello.
are
yeah.
you doing, dear?
Yeah, I'm good. Hello. Yeah. I got here. I showed
Good.
up.
Right. Yeah, you always have interesting things to say. What's on your mind?
Nothing. I showed up. I'm here now. Yeah. What can we talk about? It's like, I don't know. Ask me. I don't know. I'm not here for a particular. I don't mind
Okay.
talking, but yeah,
Well,
nothing particular.
I could start. Has
Go
anybody
ahead.
noticed how fast time is flying? How those 2 years seem to you, Phil? I just don't have no comprehension of time. Just seems like
Uh,
things things are unfolding. I'll give you an
yes.
example. And I'm not going to that gym anymore.
Oh
Okay, I'm
no.
going to a different gym. But anyways, they usually put up the Christmas, New Year's hours. and I took a picture of him the year before this year. It's Christmas. And then Christmas came again, and I took another picture, and I was like, holy shit. It just seemed like yesterday I took this picture. Again.
Yeah, that 2 years went fast. I ain't gonna lie.
How about now? How about now? Seems like a dream that just was overnight, doesn't it?
Yeah, yeah, it does. And I've been out a month already.
Wow, it's been a month already. Holy. I thought it was. I'm not surprised.
Always the second half of the year is quicker. Have you noticed the first half of the year it goes like it's not as quick as then August kicks in, or sort of like, and then it starts going quicker. Always the second half of the year goes quicker than the first half of the year, and now it's going even more quicker than over the years.
Yeah, I can't comprehend that. Things are being accelerated as frequencies are changing. Things are accelerating, and also people's perception. Right? It has nothing to do with time. It's just people's perception are changing. Is changing.
All right, I'm in the house now. Whew.
Well,
Yeah. It just seems like the days go by real quick, very quick. The days, the weeks. I don't know. Maybe.
But is it
Time
actually
goes
happening?
slow, but when you're
Talk
happy,
about time. Is it actually going fast, or is it just because life's gotten so busy now, we're making it fast? Because we could slow it down if we just pace ourselves.
yeah,
I
that's
don't
what I
want
was.
to. I don't
That's
want to
what I
slow
was
down.
saying. I think because we're in a better place, it's speeding up.
Right. Right.
That's my opinion.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not even speeding up. Maybe we're just jumping sequences where we're kind of teleporting. Just people aren't aware of it. With their thoughts, they're jumping to various regions of the reality where it's already happened. Well, in a good way, not the loops.
Right.
Find your own pace. Everyone's different.
Come on, Dean, you come up here too. You got some interesting things too. Unless you just want to chill. But yeah, I can comprehend. This has been happening for myself for a while. That's why I brought it to the table. It's just like I know time is just a taught programming that is a stagnation and the slowing down of things that shall be experienced, perceived as in traveling to the future.
Time is irrelevant. If you let it consume, you'll get the better of you. Keep happy and active in everything you do. Contentment in one's own happiness is bliss. This is the energy now for Virgo. Sort your shit out. Cross your T's, dot your I's, or you're going to be a mess.
Oh shit.
This is why everyone's emotional now. Crappy pappy, snappy times. They haven't done the work.
Yeah, well.
You had all year to figure it out. Every year you get the notion, you get the signs, you follow the waves.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Agreed.
So where is everybody today? I'm at a really, how could I define it? I don't like using good. I'm at a really good, pleasant reference. It's just, I couldn't be bothered with anything. Like anything negative wouldn't bother me. Well, why would I attract it anyways? We attract the reality that we're vibrating anyways. Or tuned to.
There we go. There's Dino.
G'day.
Hey, how's everyone?
Hello,
Good.
Dean.
Hey, Ting, how are you?
I am good. If we're going to go to that skill, everything is well.
How are you, Lynn?
Yeah, I'm good. I've just had two this week, two dentist appointments actually. So yes, I got a tooth pulled out, and then I was supposed to get it clean on Monday. Tooth pulled out. Wednesday, I was supposed to get it clean, which was yesterday or the day before yesterday. Yeah, today's Friday. I've lost track of time. Yeah, knocked me out, sort of thing. They were supposed to clean me, but then I did another filling. Other than that, everything's fine. I'm not in pain today. I'm not in pain. Everything's great. So everything's
Oh
good.
dear, oh dear. I feel that. I feel that. I had my teeth out years ago, and I've got plastic now. But uh, but I can remember. I can remember those days. Yeah, sorry to hear that. But how are you,
No,
Phil? No, sorry for cutting off.
that's fine.
Yep, Phil's not with us. He must be busy.
I'm here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. How are you?
I'm really happy that your cousin's doing as much as she can, bro. That's really good.
Yeah, she's been a lifesaver. She's definitely she's a sweetheart.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. You can tell by looking at her.
I reckon.
Oh.
Looks like she's got energy for for everyone. I reckon.
I call her sidetrack because she's always sidetracked. She's got ADHD. She's always late. She'll be late to her own funeral.
Right. I think I'm going to be.
But I mean, if time's irrelevant, it doesn't matter when her funeral comes, right?
Yep, I'm not really worried about that day. It doesn't even bother me. You know, just thinking about the subject and then all that, and then you think about how the world bloody shoves this insurance fucking thing down your neck, and when you hit 60, it stays start on you, and it's just constant. When every ad, they know your bloody age, they know how old you are. It's the shit of it. But funny. I laugh.
Dean, you sound choppy. Do you have another device on? Like I hear like a radio or something.
Oh,
Somebody's got some device on. It sounds like there's radio in the background or somebody talking. Does somebody have somebody in their room talking?
Mic check 1, 2. Is it me? Nope. So Lenny, where you at? Were you in Australia or New Zealand?
Horizon me. I'm in Melbourne. It's not
Okay.
me because I was muted. Now I'm mute.
Okay. Say something, Dino. It's not my mic, is it? It's not your saying.
try me again. Yep, I don't know.
No, you're good. You're good. Everybody's good.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think, yeah, everybody's
that's
good.
right. It might be just somebody might have something else going on in another section or something.
Yeah.
So that's all right. Anyways, I was just wondering what it was. Okay.
Melbourne,
So,
Australia. Right
so
on.
Dean, what did you just say? You were chopping out. Did you notice that too, Phil? When he was talking from my
Yeah,
side, it
yeah,
was
he did.
choppy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, am I choppy now?
You
No, but
sound better now.
yeah, you sound better.
Okay, I picked the blooming phone up off my little perch where it was and held it hold it by my hand. See if that's better.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, you're
better.
good.
It's not echoing.
It's probably the fact that I had it sitting in a little place, so I didn't have to touch the damn thing. But anyway, it's all good. It's all good. I'm gonna kick my boots off. I've been out in the mud. That's enough, Ken. That's enough. Too late. Good boy.
Well, let me think of something here.
How the comments going?
Oh, it's just angel wings down there. There aren't many comments.
Angel Wings should. Hello, Angel Wings. You should come up here too.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to, of course.
We can have a little party, have a little party.
That's all right.
I've just rolled up one and I should go and get a drink, actually. That's what I should do.
I'm be dragging. We've got a low day. Cheers.
I drink coconut milk these days instead of water. Man, it's so good.
You don't drink no water at all?
Oh, I drink water and, I've got a bottle of water as well, but I like my coconut water these days. Hydrating and refreshing. And
Hi, angel wings.
Yeah, coconut water's good. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello, Angel Wings. Hello.
Hello. Sorry if I'm a bit energy's kind of buffering and rough yet. I'm still trying to dump off from visiting my mom and getting rid of her crap.
Shouldn't take that long.
hi, Angel Wings.
Hello. I transmute a lot of garbage when I go out.
I could bring something to the table. What's everybody's opinion on the reversals, like reversing one's energetic fields? Does anybody feel it when it happens to them?
Yes.
Well,
Yes.
yeah.
Oh,
I've noticed because I work on both sides. So feminine, masculine, all one, and half and half. I do both, and I can definitely tell that when working with someone with a reversal, because my feminine energies will feel like the opposite of me, the opposite side.
I got a question. Do you feel any of your energetic regions called chakras getting manipulated? Are you aware if they are getting manipulated?
Yeah, they are a lot.
Wow.
I'm clearing it a lot. I try to work with it and fix it.
Yes.
Is it when you get like belly aches and headaches all of a sudden when you're doing work, and then it'll go to the crown, it'll go to your gut, it'll go to a certain area, you think you're getting anxiety, it's your heart, it's going to your heart chakra. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's basically.
I
Yeah,
don't think
see,
about it.
sorry.
I don't watch it. Interesting.
Yeah,
I
see,
can
I'm
give
doing
you
it. I'm doing that right now. I'm burping. That's my
Daily.
I'm clearing a lot through my solar plexus, and it goes through my solar plexus a lot. I send a lot of garbage straight through the solar sun, right through it. That high plasma energy clears and removes a lot of stuff.
That's exactly what it is, Wings and Lenny. It is the reversals with body. It can, well, when the reversals happen, any part perceived energy, function, organ can get manipulated to a degree.
Yeah, I noticed when I'm dealing with a heavy demonic clearing. I've cleared an elemental before too, but that's a rough process. That takes a toll on my liver.
Did you say elemental?
Yeah.
What's your outlook on the elementals?
Well, a lot of them down here were manipulated and and reversed, like black goo. Black goo.
Because
I think that's where a lot of curses. They call it curses, and I remove curses. When you say curses, it's not limited to this little black magic BS. It's also you're more than removing just simple curses. It's big stuff too. It's like an entire beings you're helping and clearing too, and I'm just more aware of it.
Because I have a lot of elementals around me. I have a video where I have this elemental fairy follow me all over the place.
Dean,
Yeah.
Phil's got a whole legion of demons that work for him. He's just not telling us.
Well, apparently, so do
Oh,
I. I work
really?
with both. I work with beings that are hidden in the between realms that no one knows about.
Right. You see all those orbs, Phil? You actually command them.
I actually, you can talk
Yep.
to him. I
You
actually
can.
do.
I'm kind of being serious about this, but just interjecting a certain way. All right.
Yeah,
So
I can
you
talk to
talk to
him.
the
You
Tinkerbells
know,
and the Thunderbirds. So can you talk to those kinds, or do you talk to the other ones, the elementals? Can you talk to the Tinkerbells and the Thunderbirds?
yeah, I do actually.
Yep. I
Yeah,
talk to Thunderbirds, and I actually have an aspect of myself that's a Seraphim Phoenix.
they don't talk
Do you
back
see the
to me.
nanobots? Do you see the nanobots?
Huh?
Yeah, the nanobots. I've been even getting those in video now. I got a
Yeah,
video.
that's the one.
I was taking a video of a jet, and I literally had a whole bunch of these round black circle things. They're not actual orbs. I can tell they're mechanical, and they'll show up in my feed like it's trying to stop me from recording it.
Can you expand more? Are you talking about planes that are actually orbs?
Oh, maybe they are.
Because I know most of the planes that fly by here, they don't sound like normal turbines, and their timings are just too precise to be inserted with that plane flying by. But I call them Foo Fighters.
Mm-hmm.
Foo Fighter orbs.
Yeah, 'cause it came off looking like a jet, but yet you didn't hear it because jets are loud, and it wasn't
Yeah.
that loud.
Do you get passenger airplanes flying by where they're really high, but you can still hear them? In other parts, other cities I go to, same height, you can't hear them. Here, same height, you can hear them. Surround sound inserted into the matrix, of course.
Yep. I'll have some now that purposely try to confuse me with the AC next door, and I'm like, wait a minute, that should be the AC. That's something else.
Can you expand on that? Confusing you with the AC, air conditioning?
Yeah, the air conditioning. Because I have a neighbor that has an extremely loud air conditioner,
Yeah.
but at the same time, now it's only 60 degrees out, and I'm like, there's no way it should be on still. So I think they even try to mimic that sound when they're going by just to throw me off, so I don't know what's going
You,
on.
and they're not trying to mimic it. Okay, now if you've got a fridge in your house and you hear a car driving by and you hear the plane engines, they're all sort of tuned to the same frequency, to the what I call it, the anti-light matrix grid. So I've been having deep humming machines going off underground where the area I live for many years. So what they'll do is they'll hum, they'll go woo, 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 woo. They try to get my attention to synchronize to that frequency. Then next, what happens when the woo, woo is kind of phasing out? Boom! A car drive by with the exact same tone muffler, and I'm like,
Frequency and
look at the
everything.
fuck.
Yeah.
Then I'm like, look at the fucking system trying to make its grid nets, its circuits.
Oh,
Is
you're
this
brilliant, mate. I wanted to drop in there just now and add to that thing because
yeah?
yesterday I had a conversation with a friend of mine. I haven't He's a very good friend since my childhood, right? And he lives in Tasmania. And he tried to ring me a couple of times during the day, but I was busy with things. I missed his call. But I got him, and we talked for a couple of hours last night. And he was telling me of a time where
Huh?
there was massive
Yeah,
hailstorm
Something on
thunder.
the chair there.
What's that?
There was,
Hold on. Did you say something, Phil, or are you trying to interject? Hold that thought, Dean. Continue
yeah.
on from that.
No, my bad. My cousin was asking me a question.
Okay. Go ahead, Dean.
Yeah, so he said he was on his motorbike, him and his partner at the time, and they were heading to like a township a couple of 100 miles away, and they're on a motorbike, and he's flying along. And he sees this big storm, and he's thinking, "Shit, I don't want to get wet, you know. I mean, hell, they didn't even put any bloody raincoats or wet weather gear on. So they just barreled along. He said I was doing quite a good speed, and it just kept him ahead of it. And he said, "Oh, bugger it." He said, "I thought I'd duck off on this side road and go that way and see if he can go outrun it out to the side." Next thing, it shifted course and started following him. He says he felt like it was following him, and I says, what was it? And he says, well, it was amazing. We got to our friend's place, got into his shed just in time, and this massive hailstones started falling. He said, it was like the bloody thing changed course and followed me. And I said to him, where were you? Were there any other vehicles? He said, no, I was out in the country. I was just driving down these country roads. I was the only thing there. And I says, it's probably the sound of your motorbike, but he hooked onto it or something,
Yeah. I can tell you.
mean, what you're saying, to me, that is exactly what happened. Is the frequencies there hooked into the frequencies of that machine, right?
If you pay attention, but don't get bent on it here, people participating, listen to all the mechanical devices, the car engines, the airplanes flying by, passenger airliners, supposedly, propeller airplanes, exhausts of cars, how some fridges make noise, but you'll notice they all sound similar, right? Because it's trying to hold a specific frequency. If somebody isn't aware, that is the frequency locked to the grid anti-lock system, right? It's all tuned to keep it at a certain frequency field, right? For the ones that are asleep, they're sort of being vibrated, tuned by these frequencies. For the aware beings, they can't be tuned by these devices no matter how much they actually emit their emissions, right? They could only have influence on a sleeper.
Yes.
Somebody who's not aware. So what I'm going to interject here is when I first woke up to the system, right? I wouldn't go out in the daytime because I just had way too many anxieties. Of course, it was all scripting. Any noise I'd hear would trigger me, any voice, any car driving by, any person walking by, just triggered to maximum anxieties where it was just like being on speed, that revved up. So I'd go walking late at night close to the irrigation farms where they have the cranberries happening. It's about maybe a 5-minute drive to get there. So I'd park by the cranberry fields and I'd actually walk across the pathways. You can get miles into that if you want. So I'd usually go for a 15-minute walk one way going across the cranberries and then walk back. So as soon as I park the car, I look up in the sky and there's this Citroen dull yellow. First, I was like, that fucking star is huge. It was 3/4 of the sun. I'm like, I've never seen a star that big. And it was just sitting there. I'm like, fuck, the Matrix fucking with my head. And it wasn't bright glowing or anything. It was just really dull in color. I'm like, it just sat there. I'm like, whatever, the Matrix is fucking with my head. So I walked one way about 15 minutes, maybe 20. Then I walked back. And then as soon as I got approximately to the roadway where the car was parked, I hear sounded like a passenger airplane engine. And this orb starts moving directly in my line over my head. So it passed over my head, sounded exactly like a passenger airplane engine. This one sounded more exactly like an airliner passenger airplane. Some don't sound like that, but this one sounded exactly like the engine. It was also kind of cloudy at a certain region, just passing over my head. It went behind the clouds. But what happened, as soon as it passed over me, I got bodily pains, like from head to toe for about 3 weeks. And like, these fuckers, they got me again. I didn't know how to do more efficient clearings, realizing at more progressed levels, this is a simple program to clear with what is defined one's molecules. They're dragon molecules, they're fire molecules that actually eventually everybody realizes they have their molecules, their magic genie, their magic dragons. That's what all those stories are about. So that's when I realized there's been days where passenger.
Sing, can you elaborate on that in a different way?
Which part?
And when you like, for me, I find that when I'm sort of like in that state, I get to a spot where I can be um say quiet and of it, and then I practice breathing. So and you were talking about your molecule,
Yeah,
molecular.
okay. What I'm defining about molecules is okay. You want me to clarify that? Okay.
Yeah,
Well, the projection we exist in our thought core's projection. We are in our thought core projection. This is where we always have existed in. So, in actual fact, the reality one perceives as this reality, one is actually in their own thought core projection copy, like a console to a video game where everybody needs the console to participate in the existence of existence called the matrix, different
yeah. No,
matrices.
you talked
So,
about that last time, right?
yeah, yeah. So elaborate more on this and expand.
Yeah.
So once thought core, that is their projection, they exist and is constructed of what is defined molecules. Okay.
Mhm.
So these molecules is almost exactly like, how do I define it? The molecules respond to one's thought. So if I'm gonna want to clear a field, knowing I'm clearing my thought core, my computer, I'm doing a complete wipe with what is defined the energetic molecules. That is like uh, having a magic dragon, except one knows their thought core is their magic dragon that can virtually do anything eventually. So it's
It's the
like clearing
console.
when I define clearing the field with the molecules is clearing the field with one's thought core. One's thought core, their projection is the molecules. Like for myself, I don't know. I'll give you an example. Right here, right now, I look at this room I'm in, but I can see the molecules. It looks like a older TV set where you see the fuzziness within the color. Right now, if somebody can look and see that, they'll comprehend we're existing in our thought core. That's like a really fancy molecule constructed plasma screen TV set. So once one realizes that, then they can have an idea and add 1 plus 1 together and realize that. Have you ever shifted, Dean, energetically your energy just with thought?
Yeah.
Like you said you find somewhere quiet and you shift frequencies. Yes. But furthermore, once thought core can one's
I
thought
find
core, the
myself having to
projection.
practice it quite a lot because I think that, and I'm not sure, but the main grid power department for the country has been moving around the place, and we've got a grid line that runs about 50 meters in a straight line away from the house. And I mean, people got them closer than that all around them, but this one, I've noticed since they were here that it's something different about the energy around me. And so I went for a walk because I thought, fuck, what is that energy, you know? And I thought I would go up towards the power poles where they were working, and it just got worse. And I sat down on this rock, and a couple of magpies flew down and sat down in the grass up the paddock beside me. And I was just looking at them basically and looking at the ground, thinking, this is pretty. This is a. This is an energy. There's a field going on here. And then I just looked up, and when I looked at one of the power poles, they've gone and stuck all these little bloody. They look like 5G bloody things. I'm going to take a picture of them. Actually, I got to go get up there and take a picture of them. But yeah, they look like they've got these little 5G antennas that have been stuck up there onto the side of the pot, onto the where the wires go through.
Yeah, and they are integrating that. It's part of expanding. See, the more units they can put up, it would be perceived as amplifying the same frequency power, right? So, how do you power? It's just like having more routers in your house. You'd have more of a Wi-Fi signal, be powered more, but to the same signal, but a more potent
Well,
signal.
yeah.
to the
all
power ratio.
electricity is bloody Wi-Fi and smart, now, isn't it?
Yeah, and
It
what you're
has to be.
defining,
I mean, we wouldn't have a charging station that charges an electric car that has to have 5G plus rating to even accomplish to have enough to be able to charge enough cars. So they talk about that as in charging units, you've got to have the 5G to run the bloody charging of these electric cars.
right? Yes, yes.
So that means the wires have got to be carrying it,
Right, and it could only have 5G could only affect somebody when any of the cell technologies, and I'm gonna label them
I think
all.
that Bluetooth is playing a bigger part than we know, though.
Well,
See,
Bluetooth is just another part of the Wi-Fi, right? It's just another sort of amplifying antenna. But so part of all this system is the reversal grids, the CERN, HARP, Wi-Fi smart technology mission devices, boxes, cell towers, and then you get the D-Wave quantum computers that are hooked up to the whole system that I
started.
define the beast. That is the beast. So what's
Yes,
happening is one shall only be affected by these signals if their energetic fields are reversed. Okay, if one can't be reversed, then they can't be affected, perceived
yes,
energetically,
I
or
understand. I
disturbed
got
with any kind of subliminal scripting that is injected through the carried signal. So I'll give you an analogy here of what's happening exactly. I call it the plant modulation. Okay, a plant's roots are supposed to be in the ground. Okay, that ground is also perceived as the magnetic gravitational fields, moon energy. Forget the moon up there in the sun. There's nothing up there. Okay, what you see it perceived up there is being
bit of
is
plasma. That's it. Yep.
what you see up there is being projected from your thought core. So in actual fact, what you're looking at when you see the sun and moon, it's a digital interpretation in your inner mind's eye of vision that being decoded, and you're seeing it in your mind. The eyes aren't actually what see anything; they're receivers, and the mind decodes the data. And then one sees not with our eyes what we're perceiving, seeing with our eyes. We're seeing with our inner mind's eye of vision in our thought core. Okay, so I'm going to return to the plant analogy here. A plant's roots is supposed to be in the ground, perceive the core magnetic gravitational field we'll call it the moon core ground to one's reality. And and the plant perceive the petals, the head of the plant. Okay, well, I'll use a flower. The flower and the leaves of the flower are supposed to be above perceived what is defined as the sun energetic fields. Okay, so the plant receives energy perceived from the dragon head sun. Okay, and then it gets nourishment, and then it converts the energy and puts it through to its roots, further working with what I define the magnetic gravitational ground core. So the plant is properly structured. Now, get this. Now, once I'm going to integrate a person now into this. One's head is no different than the flower of like a flower. The petals were supposed to be above. Now, one's root base, their tailbone chakra, root base tailbone, it is also their legs, because the tailbone branches through the nervous system through the legs and actually grounds one to what I define the moon gravitational ground fields. So what is happening now? Now integrate this with your body. Now, if your root base chakra, okay, it's located approximately at the tailbone in the
Yes.
center of oneself. Okay, now if you can imagine the root base is the roots of the plant, it's also one's legs being grounded. Don't be deceived to try to ground your legs. You'll never ground yourself like that. The root base is what branches out and actually grounds the legs to one's gravitational core moon. Okay, now imagine this. Now, if one is established correctly, they got what is defined the dragon sun above and the dragon moon. Okay, the dragon sun is one's thought core reference and region, third eye perceived, that's where one's thought core is, interfaced to what is defined their vessel, fused to the projection that is. Okay, now one can't leave their thought core is where their thought core is, but what can happen is, let me get to this part. When one has their dragon head sun properly stationed above and their root-based gravitational magnetic energy converter at their root-based tailbone tail core, then their legs are also perceived fused to the ground, because the root base is one's ground core fusion that grounds their legs. So what happens is, now imagine the plant. Now I'm going to show you the plant, how a human being is actually destroyed in the reversal, and they wither really fast, start to age fast, but also age can be reversed to degree. Okay, when one realizes this, okay, now if I take the plant and I reverse its head, that's supposed to be getting the nourishment from the dragon sun, perceived the sun, its energy. If I reverse the top of the flower and pull the roots up, and I put the head of the flower in the dirt, and I put its roots up into the air, what's going to happen is the plant is inevitably going to die really fast, because it's not getting the energy from the sun dragon head. It's not getting it at all. It's been reversed to where one is. The analogy of this is, when the roots are reversed to one's head, the chakra, the two main chakras, the head and the root base, one's roots are at the head and the head is at the root base tailbone tail core, defining they have been completely unplugged from the energetic system. And this is also where one gets scripting, because the core ground gravitational magnetic field isn't supposed to be in one's head, in the air. That's where the hacking into one's biomagnetic field happens, because their roots are at their head and it's sort of blasting out like an energy conduit where it's not supposed to be putting it there. So best way I could define it is, if you want to ground yourself, use the plant modulation and flip your head and tail, correcting it, flipping your root base, the roots to your tailbone tail core, and putting the head, the dragon sun head back up, and the magnetic gravitational perceived moon root base back down, and henceforth further, if you want to stabilize it, torque your energies down after establishing that. But
can I relate an instrument
sure,
that I've been using for several years, actually? I met these people, and they were into their like Eastern type stuff, and I know I've been a bit of a country bumpkin hippie, but anyway, they were practicing what's that bloody movement, where you move your arms in slow motion and your body and all that. I can't remember what they call that. But anyway, they were doing that, and then they sat down and they sat cross-legged, and they said, "Would you like to join us?" And I said, "Oh yeah." No, I mean, I was pretty nimble in those days, so I just sat down cross-legged, and we sat around in a bit of a circle, and then the lady and the guy said, "Just start humming," and so we started humming, and then they just sort of faded out, so I faded out as well. And then the man, the guy, he said, "Now imagine that you have a root growing out of your tailbone and going down and down."
He actually stated that. Wow, continue on.
Yeah, he actually said that. And so I imagined it. I felt like my root was growing out of my tailbone.
Going down your legs? Did he say going down your legs to the ground? He sort of said that, right?
No, I was sitting in cross-legged. My tailbone was actually on the ground.
Gotcha. Continue on.
And so I actually felt this real connection. And then she said, "Now pull the energy from in the earth and bring it up through your core. Bring it up through your body and up over your head. When you feel it go over your head, let it wash down the outside. And
So
then once,
almost, wow.
and then just start circulating in it. I've practiced that, and I should be doing it again more often. But yeah, I can just do it like that anyway. Just did it, you know.
What you're saying, I'm going to add. Okay, now the plant modulation analogy is when its roots are in the ground and its head, the flower, is above, it gets energy from the sun, perceived once dragon head, and it distributes the energy down through the whole structure of the plant of perceived one's body, down through to the root base, tailbone, tail core. Then it branches through the nervous network through down to the legs to the ground. So the conduction flow is supposed to be going from above to down fields. Okay, when the reversal
Okay.
happens with the root above and the head down, do you see the arrows now? The energy is going up and it's not coming back down. One is blasting their energy into the air. They're being bled. This is how loosh harvesting happens. Then they're
Wow.
bleeding energy
Right.
into the air, and they're
I
losing
know talk.
energy.
I've been fucking practicing it for fucking years.
There you go. So if one's fields are reversed, the simplest way to correct it is with that plant analogy modulation. One's energy needs to be going down from the head through to the root base and
Through to
down,
the root
continuously
base and
down.
down and expelling it out. So you're taking out that,
Yeah.
you're
Yes.
like cleansing out
Yes,
through it.
because
Yeah.
that's where
Yeah.
gravitational magnetic fields
Yeah.
conduct down. They pull down. Anti-gravity, the
Yeah.
Antichrist, reversed everything, reverses one's energetic fields. Now the energy is going up through their head, being blasted out. That's a major bleed. That's a major loosh harvest. Now, when the
Well,
energy is being blasted out of the head, dangerous. All the signals flying through the
well,
air
I've
have a
just met
potential
this
of
guy.
connecting.
I've just really met this old guy, and he owns some land that goes right up into the bush that goes up into the Tararoos around here. And they're the major range along here. And he said he'd given me permission to go for a walk, so I'm going to go up there and find myself an old tree and sit under there and do a whole different process. Yeah, start
You know what? You
practicing
know what,
something.
Dean? You could find that perceived euphoric stillness of energy correction no matter where you are. Right beside a Gwen Tower, you could do this because the only way that Gwen Tower could affect you is if the energies have been reversed, going up, and then your head, the energy gets up to your head, blasts out. That's one bleeding their energetic biofield out.
I,
And then guess
I,
what? The
I
signals.
understand it now. I see
Yes.
it. I
Okay,
do. I
and
do.
now the signals flying through the air, the commander, the Antichrist that hacks everything through a signal, connects to one's biofield because their fields have been reversed to what is defined up and out anti-gravity. Proper field of
Mm,
energy is in and down through the body to one's perceived tailbone, root base, that I call the ground core fusion. Okay,
yeah.
magnetic fusion. I'm glad you brought that up. You know, this person was pretty well accurate, but the only way I conduct my energies is down. I never let it go up. But when they are going up, I start feeling mild anxieties. If I let it go carried on further, it starts turning into like phobic and paranoia. Everybody's all of a sudden, the whole
In that
system's talking to
time,
me.
I really was, out in the land, and I was, like on a commune. There was just so much peace. I did not have any malice, and I've actually used to get exhilaration. I still do get exhilaration out of it because what I do is I don't actually expel it out of my head and throw it away.
That's
I let it wash down over the side of me, and I bring it back in through my root chakra.
right. You should practice getting this all structured to one unified field where in, on, around, and through you is one conduction field, one process where you're just doing a one straight flush down reversal correction of the head and the tail putting the tail down, the head up, and then conducting the energetic fields down. If you get this correct, you're going to feel euphoricness of a
Yeah.
gravitational magnetic pull, or you're going to feel the euphoricness that I define as fire as euphoricness pleasure. Okay, so when one feels joyful, their energy is correct. It's flowing down. Dragon head's above the moon, dragon tail is below the root base, and the energy is conducting down. That's the only time somebody feels true joy. Now, when it's reversed, anxieties, distresses, not so happy, everything's bothering me, bitchy, snappy, angry, grumpy, that's where the scripting kicks in of the commander of the airs, the anti-perceived devil. That's when
I'm
one can
sorry,
be
but
scripted with the
I'm
signal.
just trying to simulate that in practice, and I'm going to see because I've done it the other way. It's going to be a process to reverse that.
I assure you, Dean, once you do it once and you taste it, you'll be like, a lot of these teachers have teachings that have been manipulated. Okay, you never want to get the energy up. Never. Once you correct the field, always conducting down, as you're going to feel the pleasure of euphoricness to correcting the reversal.
Well,
Then
yeah, well,
you're
we learned something there today, because that's how most of them practice that. You know.
yeah, they blast everybody out of their head, and I always question: are they part of the anti-agenda, or have they been false teached and trained? Okay, but that, I'm sure it's clarified. It makes sense. You shouldn't be emitting nothing out of your head. If you do, then the signals that is perceived flying around, optogenics, Neuralink, the cloud's going to hook up to your head because you've been reversed. Your biofield, magnetic field is reversed. It's like a magnetic signal saying, hey, this person has a signal now we can connect to. It's been reversed to up and out, because the signal is an anti-gravity up and out reverse field that needs the same laws of physics before it can connect.
Right.
Anybody else feel something to interject? Go for it.
Yeah, people go to church. People go to church. They open up their crown chakra. They release it, but they give it away. When you go to concerts, you're giving it away. This is how they drain your energy. You're opening up, and this is how they attach to you. All right, because you're opening your crown chakra, and this is how you get attachments. All right, because you're not protecting yourself, and this is how they get, because you're not anchoring it down into the ground.
Right. They're reversing. Once again, they're reversing the tail moon gravitational root base to the head and putting the head down. It's like putting somebody's head to sleep. If you put reversing the plant's roots to the sky and its petals, its flowers down into the dirt, it's like an ostrich putting its head into the dirt. Once putting their mind, their awareness, their security, it's putting them to sleep, basically. One's head isn't online. It's the double anti-copy that I defined, the scripting taking place, making one believe it's them. Why am I like this? What's wrong with me? Why am I so sensitive? Why am I an empath to everybody's energy? That's all the scripting. One's head has been reversed, and they've been hacked because their energy has been reversed to up and out, and their root base chakra has been reversed from their head down, and their root base up. And part of those dots on certain cultures, I'm not naming anything, with the red there, where the red is the root base, is almost signifying a false religion, where the red signifies the root base, as the red root base chakra is on their head. Reverse.
See, I always refer to it red. See, and that's where your thought process and own discernment is powerful, because that's when you take that manipulation to your advantage and fix it. Because I review the red energies as the earth energies. I work with the earth energy, not leave it as a root only, but the full connection of earth energy itself.
Right, and watch here. I advise or suggest to people to do this. As soon as you correct the structures, your energetic river flows down, flushing out all the corrupted programming. And if one developed where it can't be reversed again, no programming can be reinserted, because once magnetic gravitational flood down, doesn't allow it to be reinserted. Just like a tower computer, a strong magnetic field
Just like
erases
flushing it out.
programming, erases
And-
programming from the disk platter where it's programmed on.
I mean, we've
And
got to
you-
flush out our bodies. It's something that we have to do. We've, you know, if you're taking care of yourself, you know, you got to flush out your body. So,
Yes.
I mean, it's a physical thing, and it's a so a divine thing almost. You know.
Mhm.
Right. And once the fields are corrected, what I define the luminary gravitational flood clears the anti-flood. It cancels it, absorbs it, converts it, doesn't allow it to return as long as one's energetic river is flowing down from their head to the root base, right down to through their legs to the core ground fusion reference and region. But one must develop by habitually practicing that their head, their sun dragon head, stays above and their lunar magnetic gravitational root base stays down. Their dragon head, one's dragon head is supposed to be above perceived the dragon sun. Now the moon tail is supposed to be at the root base, not move the gravitational magnetic fields. And here you get the Ouroboros, the dragon eating its tail, closes one circuit, but corrected on the reversal, then the river flows down with a closed circuit, and they are protected by their dragon eating its tail, the sign also of eternity.
Sorry, I'm having realizations of something. Oh my god, I'm sitting there going, no one understands the unicorn energy. They keep thinking it's up high past the solar. It's the opposite direction. It's lunar energy, so it would be more earthy and like middle earth energies, like middle,
Yeah.
like, you know, I'm just like, whoa, no wonder, because I work with both energies simultaneously.
And when one connects their dragon head to their dragon hell with proper correction reversal, down conduction flow to their energy river, then it becomes a singular unified field where there is the sun and the moon has literally disappeared from their perception because one now knows the sun and the moon never was up there. That's one's copy that's floating up there, split. The dragon head and the moon up there are like a prototype showing people, hey, that's the wrong structure. That's a split to their energetic fields, reversal to where nothing's supposed to be in the air. It's supposed to be in your energetic thought core projection structure, nowhere else.
That's what I kept talking about that. I'm like, there's no way. I said the moon is an AI projection because everything is within your process. Everything is within. So they're turning everything into an AI simulation because that's why everything to them is round, because it's within us, it's a round, but on this current plane or field, it's flat.
Yes, and what better way to get somebody's root base and tailbone core proceed to their structure so fucked up where beings believe it's up there, the sun and the moon. If somebody perceives the sun and the moon up there, they're fucked because they've been split and they're accessible.
Well, and then people tell me, they'll tell me that Venus is out there. Oh, look, the Venus. I said, it's a damn portal.
90% there, Sing. You know?
Well, you see, I know the difference between the real Venus and the one within, the energies within me. That's a portal to within you. That's a portal. You're not seeing the actual planet, you dipsticks.
You know what?
Do you think this is how they're tricking people now with the split of the Earth, the 5D Earth thing? I don't believe this 5D Earth. I think it's the Antichrist. I think that's how they're trying to hijack everything now. Oh, 5D, we're going to go to the 5D Earth. I don't believe in that. I reckon this is how they're trying to hijack everyone with Antichrist.
Right.
It's all
Right.
within.
Obviously, yeah, within.
And on a rare occasion, like I can sometimes project outward parts of my aspects to work with myself. I can project it out and see it. And I'll even get pictures. I got pictures of plasma dragons, but that's my perspective. And and I can tell that's within me. It's hard to share it outward because people aren't like that and can't see the same thing you do.
Right. And the only bodies in this matrix to work with is what we see visually. The only perceived energetic chakras, call it one satellite dragon head and dragon tail, is those two bodies up there. There is no other planets. As far as I know, they're all bullshit because the only two bodies that are given to us to see in our thought core projection are the ones that exist in our thought core. Okay, so somebody wants to build Saturn and Venus portals like Angel Wings define, sure they can. If somebody's a sucker to believe everything they see about the planetary, the structure of the sun and all the planets, then they are a sucker.
Of the stars and all that. Yes.
Why do we only see the sun and the moon if all the other planets are because they're so far away? No, if they're so far away, defines they're not in our thought core projection console of existence.
Right, and it's like they're trying to force it just to hijack something because what and because I can get pictures, I can have pictures of the dragons, the plasmic beings outside of my reality through portals, but I'm projecting portals that are within me outward that I'm seeing. So I'm seeing portals that are being created so they can interact with me on a different level. And so when you start getting pictures of weird stuff and all other sorts of things and all them stars you see out there, that's really bad then because that's all electronic stuff trying to siphon your shit.
Look at it this way. All those little stars you see are basically like fiber optics trying to get into your thought core computer. Never work with something that's not yours. Well, furthermore, you could make them all there. Since you see them, you can make them your little dragons, whatever you want to program them to be, right? But as for the stars and that, I don't know.
Never been there.
They all look like AI lights to me. They're all AI drones. They're all and satellites. It's all like AI. And then I just made a realization when you put two and two together too. Like you see little things in the store, like it says Wi-Fi capability lights. Now you can control lights through your Wi-Fi. Well, now you just opened up your Wi-Fi internet with AI bots and AI. So now AI is interacting with your outside environment, screwing you over even further. So why would you sit there and keep allowing this AI BS? It's dangerous beyond belief.
Right.
Angel Wings, the stars are spirits. And the fallen stars, those are demons.
Well,
just saying. That's my perception of it.
Well, maybe we can you know what, Phil? I've realized I can reprogram whatever I've been taught for those little stars to be because that's my projection console. Once I become aware, it's my video game. I have access to my projection reality. So if there are dangerous little fiber optic portholes, well, I plug them with a Dragon Security firewall. So you see, you start alchemizing and realizing, holy shit, everything I've been taught is like for a breach to have access to my thought core, to my personal projection in total all existence copy. So that's when one starts working with their dragons and realizing their whole projection is what is perceived energy fire molecules. Primordial core energy fire molecules is what one's projection is constructed of. When they realize this, every molecule is a dragon, and one has infinitum digital holographic layer to all levels, layers, and overlays to their thought core. And then when one realizes each molecule has the power ratio to that sun up there and the moon, then one realizes how powerful their thought core actually is. Now imagine having infinitum suns and moons that are one unified field structure, not a sun and moon anymore. Their engine now is at full power. One singular molecule, solar and lunar unified. Dragon head, dragon tail.
I've had stars come down treetop level myself. Dean might even seen pictures of them.
Can you repeat that again?
I've had stars come down at treetop level, and then I've noticed them, then they'll shoot right straight up, right back up.
Right. And this is exactly, could be a friendly, could be
it's friendly.
It's exactly like that orb I seen, but maybe a different color, different size. Yes, I believe you totally. Yeah. There's been other articles where somebody had experience with the orb, like you define a star, but their experience wasn't so good. They got trembly and shaky and energetically imbalanced. So it could be a friendly, it could be a foe.
People are just ignorant to what things are out there. If they had more knowledge of what everything is and they did their own work, they wouldn't be scared.
Remember when it was over that guy's roof, and there was some sort of light hanging over there.
Jason's?
Remember when you're at you're up in one of the upper rooms or something, and the camera shot out over the roof and out towards the drive.
Mm-hmm. At Jason's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does
Maybe
anybody? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. I was gonna say, maybe you could help me with my strange dream then, because they've been getting really elaborate trying to show me things, and some of them are just bizarre. And I'm starting to realize that sometimes maybe it's not necessarily supposed to mean anything. Sometimes it's more of a maybe letting me know there's screwery stuff going on.
Did I just hear you say you think something is bizarre?
Yeah, I'm trying to say it nice without saying the F word.
Okay, I'm just checking.
Though angel wings, we are in a dream right now. Though most of us are becoming, well, some of us are awake in our dream, astral, etheric, digital, holographic matrix projection. So when I perceive myself going to rest, I never state I'm going to sleep, because I don't set myself up with that word. When I go to rest, perceive what other people call sleep, I define this to myself: what matrix am I gonna travel to? And I pick and choose the variables to the matrix of experience of events that I want to participate. So no such thing as a dream. And yes, in other matrices there is manipulators, and also try to inject manipulative programming into your thought core, because your thought core then goes to a different matrix, and with that matrix is a different vessel that you're actually in. And if one isn't programming themselves before going to sleep to travel with their security firewall dragons, that is their thought core dragon head, to be aware, well, they're going to have manipulation variables interjected, where they're going to go into other matrices reversed and accessible, where their dragon head is below the root base, asleep, not awake in the dream, other matrix travel, and their tail is going to be up in the air, perceive their head as an emitter, signal, hack, splice, hijack. Okay, so very important to go to sleep, perceive rest with your dragon head in its proper state, and the tail, and with establishing that down conduction fields naturally happen, but also programming one's molecules that are their thought core to hold this structure, so no person, place, or thing, or technological device, no manipulation can reverse it. Then one shall have a much better perceived sleep, dream, matrix, different travel.
Okay, well, yes, because I don't know if it was necessarily my dad then, or something trying to pretend to be my dad, unless it was trying to tell me something was trying to reverse my stuff then, because I had a tower dream. I was basically in a tower, and then my dad or entity or whatever that was, it might have been even something trying to tell me that's what's wrong with my dad, because he literally jumps off the building and pulls out a parachute and floats down.
Interesting.
Yeah,
so yes, they can have meaning, they can have revelations as inaccurate information, but sometimes it's just a head fuckery of a manipulation, where it's just chasing your tail, where it's the Riddler with no resolve, no solution. It's just inaccurate information that really does not assist anybody. So it's good just to feel it out after, and be discerning, and wait for the details to be clarified.
Okay, I thought it was bizarre, because I've never had a dream like that ever, and I'm just like, that's just so weird. Why would my dad just fly off and parachute down from a tower? I'm just like, that's so weird.
Well, maybe he was telling you, Angel Wings, you need to correct your head and tail and come on down. You're too sky high.
Oh, that could be it, because I'm always way out there.
Right. Like I defined, I never travel up. traveling up is suicide these days at these levels I'm at. Okay. Oh, I always
Yeah.
travel down.
I
Shall
keep
need.
getting I keep getting
I wouldn't even
scolded by my
remember.
kid for rescuing too many dragons.
Can you repeat that?
Oh, my kid scolds me for rescuing too many dragons.
Well, it's not a matter of rescuing them. It's a matter of knowing you have infinitum dragon fire molecules. That is your thought projection, and utilize them correctly. Because remember, they are your magic dragons that have no limits when used correctly, and the root base tail and the head are corrected. Then
Yeah.
one starts to enter into a different thought projection acceleration
Well,
of attainments.
I think the best thing for us to do is to try to discern between what's a bunch of bullshit and what. To me, I don't feel the frequencies. I don't.
That's
None of
because
that affects me.
That's because Phil's root base is so fucking heavy and dense it can't be lifted up to his head, which is earned. Nothing is a blessing or by fluke. Okay, if you can't be manipulated, your root base can't be moved for a reason. You've done your work, obviously.
Not really. I mean, I am what I am. You know, I never really thought about it. I just say to myself, it's mind over matter. It's not going to affect me. It's cool. It's not going to affect me. And then that's it. Just like when I was targeted for like that month, I said, I'm over it. No more putting bugs in my tracking devices on me. And it was gone. So our minds are super powerful. People just don't give themselves enough credit and enough confidence to do that.
Yeah, because I didn't realize what I was doing with my discernment. But yeah, that's what you do. You can remove entities, remove demons, remove all the manipulation just by thinking it, just by being more aware of your surroundings. You can remove it. Because I'll sit there and I'll ask, because I have the dragons sit on my shoulders and I work with them through. I can feel ethereal wings and they communicate to me through them. But I know sometimes it ain't them, and I'll say, I'll even say weird stuff like, "Are you really want to do that?" No, and then before I know it, I'm burping because I'm clearing out something that don't belong in my field.
Yeah, I don't know about the dragons. I mean, I can only take your word, and you have no reason to lie to me. So, but that's your journey, your thing.
Well, Phil, what we would translate as dragons is our molecules.
Yeah, so basically, my own molecules, parts of myself, I can feel Basically, I'm feeling the difference in between when something's wrong by discerning through it and just talking about it and then going, wait, that's not right. That's not me. And I'm clearing and removing whatever was trying to manipulate that energies or that molecule at the time.
Mm-hmm. Well, and also for myself, the first thought is divine thinking, divine thought. It's source. And my second thought, that's no good. I always go with my first thought.
Yep.
Or you discern from the two variables, right? Like you define to discern. That's very important.
It's usually just the first one. The second one's no good. That's the questioning one. Right off the gate. Whatever comes out of my mind, to my head, to my brain, that's it. Speak my piece. That's why I have no filter, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I have to filter because my channel's too open, so I learned to filter a lot because I have too much tried to talk through me a lot, trying to say their own shenanigans.
Yeah, that would be right. I would have to close myself off to that.
So you're talking about that chatter that comes in sometimes. That's a lot of controversy, and yeah, I get what you're saying. The only time that happens to me is when my fields are reversed, the head and the tail are reversed, energetic fields are reversed, then the chatter comes in, rather than feeling my euphoricness to my travels and obviously having my thoughts of a better existence while enjoying the energetic fields known as joy. Once it gets flipped, I find there's more thinking of inconsistent insignificant babbling. It sounds like me, but I know it's not me because I try to shut it off. It won't shut off. Well, I guess it's my double anti-copy perceive. The signal's taking over the influence.
Yeah,
What
I
is
get it.
defined?
I
Go
get
ahead,
into
Phil.
that. To me, that's chaos. Chaos is confusion. Confusion is we know what spirit that is. So I just
Right.
nip it in the butt. So, Angel Wings, I would hope you would work on that. Get that shit out. Get them to quit fucking with you. I hate
Right.
that for you.
Some people won't feel the frequency or attack their body differently because what's happening is attacking the molecules in your body, what do you call it, the parasites. All right, the ones that in your body that you need to detox. And this is how we're getting diseases and stuff. All right, so it's just like we might get like our neck twitching. We might get, you think it's fibromyalgia, you think it's all this stuff, but no, it's actually your diet. And, you know, you might think you don't hear the frequency, but it's affecting your body differently.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
So you got to listen to your body when it's giving you, okay, like, especially mental abuse, when you go into a room and you feel your body twitching and that means you're unsettled. That means someone's not saying truth or there's no truth there. You got to understand the energies in the room, all right, because you can't keep suppressing it.
True that. I agree with that.
All right. Or it could just be
That's
fuckery.
like anybody that's an alcoholic would be going through that, right?
Oh, that's another thing altogether. That's substance that they get. That they can get alters. They can get spirit walkings. Oh my God, with people with substance abuse, all sorts. Yeah, that's another thing altogether. That's like
Mm-hmm.
going to church.
So they don't call it for spirits for nothing. I seen a lady do a detox on her feet, and I think it was vinegar. It was what?
Cider vinegar.
Yeah, what that? That's Dimetris, the earth.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, and vinegar, I think, or apple cider or vinegar, one of the two, and it pulled bugs out of her feet.
Yeah, was it on a video?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's true or is manipulation?
No, I think
it
come out of her body. You could see them. There's all kinds of parasites. Have you ever seen them dump Pepsi on some pork?
Yeah, I think I've tried that, but nothing happened.
Mm-hmm.
People drinking red wine, swilling some kind of red wine around their mouths and then spitting it out and saying they can see things in their spit.
Yeah,
Right.
but people should be cautious. Some of these ones that I've seen are extremes with the chemicals that I wouldn't touch, right? Like the, what was it called? The turpentine plants or that? The hell were they drinking? Yeah,
turpentine, yeah, that's the one.
that's extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous.
Well, I know borax is good for is a tablespoon or a teaspoon in your drink. I know some people that do that.
You know, I tried that with a few of the things. I even tried with the turpentine with, you know, cautious limits compared to what they're saying. Maybe I went overboard, but the borax didn't work with my stomach. It didn't make me feel well. The turpentine definitely did fuck me up. I stayed away from all that. I was just like, some of these people must just be bullshitting to get people to consume certain things. Well, maybe it works for some people. For me, my experience was energetically, I felt messed up, especially in my stomach after.
Right, but what form did you have that turpentine in?
Well, organic. It wasn't made from anything synthetic. It was organic, processed from plants, I guess. Yeah, that's what it was from.
Right. Well, there is
Wow.
different ways, and what I've been told of the old ways were that white pine, especially, what you do is you open, get a cut on the side of the trunk and just open up a bit of the bark, and it starts to bleed. And that sap is probably the best stuff you can have.
Probably is, but
Yeah.
we're going to take it here a stage further. See, what we perceive as all these things that we need to detox are actually programs that can be removed from one's thought core. That is their projection to their body. No difference than removing a virus from a computer. It's
I
simply
understand what you're saying.
processed and removed. Rather than using all these chemicals, why not go to the core programming of the manipulation and clear it? Just like taking a computer virus program out of a computer. When it's gone, it's gone. Doesn't define no new virus will come in, but when a new virus comes in, no difference. One just simply does a virus scan, of course, with their head and tail and corrected to the reversal, and does a virus scan again, knows what it is, the symptoms, and removes it again. But furthermore, when one establishes by aware or not aware, Phil's doing it. Obviously, he's went through the process at a different level of awareness, where he can't be moved. That's why he's having those symptoms. But when one establishes their head and tail to not be reversed, the structures no more, and they got their energy river flowing down, it acts as a continuous flush to all manipulative programming, including non-desirable scripting, as in maybe anxieties, whatever may be the non-desirable symptoms. But furthermore, it knocks out all diseases and viruses, because that river, when it's flowing correctly, is like fire. It is the flush, is the detox to one's energetic system.
Right.
Right. And then when I get messed with a reverse, something tampering with me or messing up, I usually correct it with frequency. I'll listen to frequencies that remove archons and remove certain AI's product stuff. And that seems to help to correct it. And then I can get on top of it and remove whatever else after that too. But
Right.
I've gotten to the point where I just eat everything on a basis, just include everything in my food a little bit when I can. Like cilantro, I'll have more cilantro sometimes just to get an extra cleanse in, clear out something that's showed up, or cilantro and dandelion root, specifically when I was having issues with when I was clearing out something from and used my liver too much because of the port, because when you connect your solar plexus to your liver more to get more power out of it to do a big clear, then I had to fix it physically a little bit to assist with the energetic fixing. So everything in the physical can be combined with energetic things to make it more effective and efficient to remove stuff as well and cleanse and clear it on different levels. I mean, there's multiple different ways that work. I guess whichever tools work better for certain people I think is kind of like the key, bit more considered like tools to assist you with.
Tools for fools. I do want to say this. I've been doing something I said I would never do, and that's I'm starting to post stuff about what the world's talking about, because I always thought, I'm done with what they're talking about, but I'm doing it to get a rise out of them.
Oh, you're fishing the bleeders.
Yes, it's been very fun. I have to admit, and just how I'm feeling, and I've been fucking with people.
See, Phil is doing his work on a different level of awareness. Good job.
Yeah, I just wondered if anybody else has been doing it, or
Yeah.
been talking about the Semites a lot, talking about tyranny, using TikTok and Instagram mostly.
Cool.
I don't use TikTok. I got my reasons.
Yeah, but yeah, it's been going very well. Let's see, the last one I showed all the actors that were Semites in Hollywood. You got like 1,400 views. So yeah, it's going all right. It's going successful.
It's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, yeah, it's been doing well. And then that one with Trump with Pam Bondi as a child and Pam Bondi as an adult, that got like 1,200. So people are seeing it. They're paying attention.
Cool. I want to bring back this. If you're finished, Phil.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, cool. Now, Angel Wings, I just want to add something to what you defined. I used to work with a solar plexus. I do not have a solar plexus. There's no chance in hell I'll ever create a solar plexus. Look at it this way, Angel Wings. Your dragon head is supposed to be at your head, your solar dragon head, not at your solar plexus. If you move it there, then you are once again doing what they want you to do. It's you shifting it there. It is almost exactly like putting oneself to sleep to be not as aware, because once dragon head or thought core is supposed to be above. Awareness is one's security too from breaches and manipulations. So I'm going to suggest try working without the solar plexus, and you're probably going to see, like I was revealed, that it was a major manipulation, a major manipulation. The only two regions I work with is the head, known as the dragon sun, and the root base, known as the dragon moon, the tail. So I connect the head and the tail, completing the hidden meaning behind the Ouroboros, and then the reversal, making sure they're in their proper place, above and below isn't reversed. Then the conduction flow is corrected to gravitational magnetic fields down, and then one stops bleeding, and they cannot be loosh harvested. That requires scripting of anti-programming manipulations.
I
Just
got
a
that.
suggestion.
Yeah, I got that.
Yeah, I've been upgrading and upgrading and upgrading things, and constantly fixing things, and so I'll work. We'll give it a try. I'm always learning new ways of doing things too, because I've learned to research more my own inner processes to see what works with my specific architect.
Yes, that's what it's all about, experiencing and experimenting and getting the results to what is beneficial. So, where do we go now on this plan?
We're already here. You got to maintain it. Look at it.
I'm trying to come up with a gluten free version of a croissant, and so far I've come up with they soak the rice paper in egg, sugar, cinnamon, and then bake them, and apparently they taste. But I was trying to do that and failed miserably already, and I had to switch to a wider container to soak it in because the bowl wasn't working.
why why gluten free?
I have what they call celiac.
I thought I had that too. They almost had me. Now I eat gluten as much as I want. My stomach doesn't get affected or anything else. It's all programming. Remember, all these symptoms of viruses are programming. I eat anything I want. It's just I don't eat unhealthy things, but I definitely
Oh,
don't avoid gluten. I was avoiding gluten for a long time, and then I realized it was just programming messing with my stomach and other
well,
aspects. Supposedly the what you define that perceived virus.
well, supposedly I'm missing something in my blood that assists in digesting the gluten, or I must be having less of it unless I could figure out what that actually is. I suppose I could figure out how to fix it.
Yeah, well, it's all behind the veil programming. Really, there's no limits to what one can consume. Like for myself, certain things make me break out. Like pepper, I don't touch pepper. It just doesn't work with myself. I don't eat any seeds or any perceived beans, peas, or anything of those families. I don't touch them. It just doesn't work with my skin. I've tried many times, tried to clear it as in the programming, like I suggested, it wouldn't go anywhere. But maybe you just want to give it a whirl, experience an experiment with removing, correcting the reversal fields, because I realized that when I thought I had the exact same thing with you, gluten intolerance, I then realized further down the road where my fields were reversed and I was getting a lot of scripting. But some things that do give me a reaction as to physically, like my skin, I definitely do know. Well, let me redefine that, okay? Because throughout all the years, I thought I had really sensitive skin where things made me break out easily. But lately, this plant modulation I have given for the reversal has also cleared up my skin majorly. But let me restate something I experienced. So I've been having like skin issues for a very long time. Like acne would come sometimes, it would go. Okay, so sometimes little, sometimes medium, rarely none. But when I went to Cuba in 2 weeks, there's even these weird pimples that are like bumps that wouldn't go away on my skin. In 2 weeks in Cuba, I had flawless skin and my skin looked completely regenerated. And I was using normal soap, Ivory, taking a shower once a day, not doing anything different. I was eating basically everything and anything, well, healthy as I could, but not tippy-toeing around. I'm not going to eat this. I'm not going to eat that. Not one pimple. My skin was flawless. Now, I noticed the difference in Cuba is they don't have many emitters of signals known as cell technologies. Okay. So the influence of the reversals would be a lot more potent transmitters, emitters basically, and receivers of technologies. But once again, just this last couple of days, I've really been focusing on the reversal stabilization of the head and the tail, and my skin has majorly cleared up. Okay.
That's good. You don't think it's about the diet in
I don't
Cuba?
think it's to do with the diet at all. And let me reinforce this with what happened to myself, because there's been instances where in this ascension, as you know, Phil, sometimes the TV set shows things, talks to us. I was at the doctor's office. Well, not as progressed as I am now with my energy work and comprehension of the system, especially the reversals. And what flashed up on the TV, it was on the news channel. All of a sudden, it was like black computer writing, and it wrote anxieties, acne, and all this list. I'm like, what the fuck is this on the screen? Then I'm like, oh fuck, the Matrix is trying to program me again. It showed me the scripting on a screen. It flashed in for a few seconds, and I caught it. And it's like, look at all these symptoms I've been going through for so many years, and here it is trying to inject it again. So I can say all the non-desirable symptoms are fucking, and I'm gonna add fucking scripting anti-reversals. Proof of fact, no skin problems in Cuba. Proof of fact, they don't have as much emissions. Proof of fact, without as much signal amplification, they couldn't reverse my head and tail. Not that much.
Well, from my experience, I think mine is more related to the pesticides and chemicals in the wheat products themselves. I think that's mainly what activates everything and bothers me, because my system slows down really severe and I do get sick, and it is hard to process through my intestines and all that, because it must be a specific pesticide that's giving me the bad reaction.
When I first woke up to this system, they were working on my stomach for 4 years. I couldn't hold down food. Everything I ate, I vomited. I thought I wasn't going to make it in the first 4 years. My health deteriorated so much. My stomach was always nauseous. Food I ate, I vomited. Bowel movement, next to impossible. Even up to 6, 7 days, I'd have to take Cenopods to actually get me going. Eventually, I did that. But as I progressed and realizing and knowing the manipulations and the reversals and the stomach manipulations, I realized now my stomach is perfectly fine. But my stomach and perceived intestines went through a hell I can't even define, where even drinking water it was like I was drinking hydrochloric acid. It would burn so much. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with me? The end must be coming. I was so fucked up. I looked in the mirror. I weigh now like 170. I probably hit 140, 130. I looked pale and green. I quit everything. Like I used to use illicits periodically, but when I first got my awakening, I knew it was very clear I couldn't go back to that road. So even quitting after four years, I looked worse than drug addicts on the street. And I was like, I looked in the mirror once. I was like pale, yellow, and green, unhealthy, looked like a severe drug addict with 2 feet in the grave. And I actually got teary eyed. I couldn't even recognize myself. I was like, there was a point in time where I was pretty good looking, in good shape. And I looked at myself there, and it was like, something I didn't want to see, but that's all the scripting. Okay, today I have good health. Okay,
Were you on drugs, bro?
Restructured and restored. No, I quit everything 4 years.
What were you on? What do you mean? It's the meaning quitting something. You're on something.
What do you mean? Expand, elaborate a little bit more.
What do you mean expand and elaborate? You said you quit everything. What does that mean?
Well, yeah, quit illicits, dabbling with illicit drugs.
Illicit? Like what? Okay, what were you on?
Well, using minimal methamphetamines.
Crack or something?
At the end, freebase once in a while was at the end, but at the end for about a year and a half, 2 years, maybe once or twice a week, dabbling with methamphetamines, minimal, like a lightweight user, maybe half a point. But still, a day came where I just quit everything, and 4 years was the hell that I ever experienced, as in energetically manipulated, especially the stomach. The stomach was done. But it recovered as I did my work and realized certain aspects and things.
You mind, Phil? You mind if I'm streaming this to my shit? I got someone in my back. Is backstage is Chris and that. I can send him the link to join too.
Yeah, I don't care.
No problem.
No problem.
All right, I'm just letting you know.
Thank you for asking.
So yeah, angel wings. Just work with it, experience and experiment. Add what is beneficial, and definitely remove anything that is not.
Yeah. Well, I've been working with what guides. Well, I guess the guides would be aspects of myself that if you want to go that way. But I've been following my intuitive stuff when they get me to start something, like when certain energies are around, I'll eat more tomatoes, and that clears something out, and then it's just a process of eating certain things during certain things going on. And yeah, the manipulation thing, basically, that's what a lot of it is. And so
Yes,
I must just stick with like an alternative healthy way of trying to get past some of it.
You'll get past of it, and you'll realize what I've realized: all that fucking anti-scripting.
Yeah, it's so crazy.
It is. It's designed to really put one in their graves eventually, early.
It's so messed up. I'm so against it all.
Have you ever looked into the alchemical processes and something called spagyrics, right? Spagyrics. I think that's what you're kind of almost referring to in a way. I'd recommend looking into it.
All right.
And for some more context, right? Pretty much is like combined. There's pretty much the plants. They have a spirit, so I don't know if you want to call it that. And on certain days, and that they combine and recombine, like take out the different faculties of it, or the different parts of it. All right, like salt, sulfur, mercury, kind of thing. Thought, emotion, and action. On specific days, and then recombine them into something that can be utilized. It has a lot to do with the day of the week, the time, even everything.
Hey, Cage.
So, yeah.
I don't have the premium package. I just got the free, so I can only have 6 people up here. I forgot about that.
Oh, it's okay.
Yeah.
If Chris joins, you can put me in the back. It's not a problem.
Okay. Well, he's here.
Put me in the
So-
back. I'll just
so-
listen for a bit. You know, maybe you could just.
You can
Walk
talk
me
from the
through
back.
whatever.
Can't he talk from the back? I thought
Yeah.
you could blank somebody out and they still talk before letting him on.
Yeah.
You're cutting out, Cage.
There we go. Hey, Chris.
Hey, yeah, how you doing, Phil?
What's up, bud? You all right?
Yep. Thanks for asking. How
Yep.
are you? That's good. Okay. Yep.
What's going on with you?
Oh, not much. I saw Cage was broadcasting, so I figured I come check things out. You know?
Okay. He's broadcasting this?
No, he's broadcasting some video that he's playing.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Have we ever met?
I don't know. Your voice sounds kind of familiar, but I don't know if I ever met you. Probably not.
Okay. All right. You hang out at Cages a lot?
Yeah, quite a bit. Mm-hmm.
What's your handle over there when you're on the chat?
Oh, it doesn't change. It's just like always Chris.
Okay. Simple. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that already. Simple man. Good
Yeah, I
deal.
like to keep things simple because once you go complicated, things get harder, right?
There you go. We're just sitting here having a casual conversation, talking about frequencies,
Oh, cool.
detoxing, which I don't feel is necessary, but a lot of people do. That's on them. I'm not
You know-
going to do it.
Yeah, I mean, if you can avoid stuff like that, probably should because you don't really know what the potential side effects would be. Like the microscopic ones you can't really detect or whatever. You know, I mean,
Hmm.
I can see like using it as a last resort kind of thing to get rid of cancer or something. You know, if such a thing exists. But you know, I think I don't mean to take over the conversation here, but I should be real quick.
No, you're cool. A new voice.
The
is good.
stage is yours. We've been babbling for quite a while.
Yeah, let's hear your take on it.
Okay, in my opinion, you're better off sticking with like water fasting only and eating healthy plants and a tiny bit of meat, like maybe 2 ounces with each meal if you must have meat, you know. And like water fasting, most people it's up to like 21 days and you can like pretty much get rid of almost any condition that's in your body and reset it. Because like when you water fast for like 5 days, it resets your immune system. It does a complete reset on your immune system.
Okay.
For like every 7 days that you water fast, you should do like a juice, reintroduce food in your life with just like a juice, you know, with like no pulp in it. So like, just like drink juice, like fruit juice, just for like 1 day, and then you start like eating mostly healthy plants and then like a tiny bit of meat. If you can force yourself to make plant food, mostly, I say like 95% plant food, like a tiny bit of meat. What it will do is it'll clean out your pipes in your body, you know, like your arteries and all that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll scrub them out. And what it'll also do is get rid of your visceral fat, the fat that's like around your liver and stuff, which causes all these conditions like diabetes and cancer, all the terrible things, you know.
Yeah. Now I've heard a long time ago, it's 10 years ago, that cilantro, brown rice, and black olive juice will remove heavy metals out of your system.
That's
Oh,
all
wow.
basically. Brown rice and whole wheat grain is my carbs, nothing else. Once in a while, potatoes. Pasta, once in a blue moon.
Mhm.
Do you miss mainly plants sing or something?
I mix in the plants, yeah, cucumbers, tomatoes, lettuce, and certain various things.
Nice.
So, Chris, what's your
I'm a bit
outlook,
of a ground forager.
what's that?
Both forms of diabetes from fasting.
Hey, Chris. Man.
So when you said, Chris, if cancer even existed, what's your outlook on like cancer and all these perceived viruses? For myself, I perceive them as just, I look behind the veil where I just see them as programs that enter one's thought core, their projection, that is their existence, that can be removed when one becomes aware they're just programs like viruses in a computer. That's how I basically detox myself and remove certain aspects that I do know that are programs, just made up, designed, chemically designed.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that technology that you're speaking of, or even
Okay,
if it is.
that's cool. That's cool.
And see, I view some of that as like negative energy. Any energy that doesn't affect my body positively, I pretty much cleanse and clear out through frequency.
And
Right.
do you listen to your body when it tries to tell you something? Like, let's say you get some weird electrical shock in your leg because you ate too much junk food or something. Do you pay attention to those signals, Angel? Like, oh crap, you better quit doing this. You just notice something
Yeah.
out of the ordinary. That's just like slightly that happens for a little bit, you know. Do you
Yeah,
hone in?
I'm very aware of things when it changes energetically all the time. It's just I constantly feel energy on, on like a real high basis. I like sense everything. So for me, I gotta discern through a lot of it and sort it out. But basically, I do like a big energy clearing, and if it affects me negatively, I remove it. And now, I combine a lot of methods at the same time as well to get multiple results.
Oh, okay.
Did you hear that thing? She said she combines a lot of meth heads too.
Methods, you're funny. But
I don't know what you're talking about, Phil. Never heard of that.
Well, my main process is like
I just
frequency and crystals and
Crystal.
a lot of
crystals now.
Crystal, that's it. Same shit. It's, all right.
yeah.
I was
You're
wondering.
funny.
What are you hinting, Angel Wings? Are you mocking me?
You're funny.
Oh, shit.
So I want to give Chris a different angle. Okay, Chris, I perceive my mind as like a computer. Okay, and any perceived disease that enters the body enters through the mind because the mind is basically giving the body everything as the programming. So when I'm working with removing something, I'm removing something from my mind, the computer that is the computer, the mind. And so I navigate basically like using the mind simply like a computer, removing a virus from the mind inside. So that's what I was getting at. Hopefully that clarifies it.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And basically that's what I'm doing with crystals too. And like I was gonna say with the crystal method is basically you're programming those crystals yourself to do what you want it to do. See, I read up and research what they do, but I'll program it to do a specific thing that I understand it does, but at the same time, I'll allow myself to figure out the hidden stuff in the crystal too, because some store information too that help your body heal certain things too. So I do that too.
So I want to ask you a question, adding to what you just stated, Angel. So do you perceive the crystals you are using like an extension of yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's what exactly they are. They are being projected from your mind to thought core into this digital holographic reality existence that they all are. So do you perceive, Angel, that you can go a stage further and use your ultimate tuning crystal called the mind to do what the crystals are doing?
Yes, I've been starting to integrate that more.
Right.
So basically, I was using the crystals as a self-taught like tool, and then graduating from that, I started moving on to realizing it was me, and yeah. And then you start doing that more process within instead of relying on the tools as much.
Right. And then we realize within and without is the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need any of that stuff. I mean, to be honest, it's all a spirit. Our spirit is what the only thing that matters. The spirit
Well,
overrules everything. You don't need crystals. You don't need anything in this world is garbage. I'm just gonna say it simply, put it like it is. It's all bullshit. It's all trickery. It's all deception. Once you learn that it's all in your mind, that's it.
And you're bang on that.
Yeah. Well, I see it as some of those tools, though, some people use as a learning, a remembering of that process because some people, aren't aware. And I think that's the slow awakening process. It's like a step. Tools help you, like, like baby steps in a way to graduate spiritually into those other levels. It's, to me, I see it as like training. You're basically training your mind, you're training yourself to remember stuff you already knew or you already know that they
Right.
keep making you try to forget.
I want to inject something here. So I get what Phil is coming across totally. I see it as rituals that are needed to get the result, where my ultimate ritual is my mind thought of intent, where I don't need to do the other rituals to get the effect, the result.
If
Yeah.
anybody wants to expound on what I'm saying and give her another perspective of it, I might just be being too blunt, too forward.
I get exactly what you're saying, but expand to give everybody angles.
Really, there's nothing to expand on. Everything in this place is garbage. The crystals, the low magic, anything low magic, the using herb, doing anything that this world suggests is wrong for us.
Oh yeah,
It's
like
beyond and above this world.
a true adept when it comes to certain things like that. It's a means to an end, right? I've been putting in the private chat. So pretty much these things, they're to trick your subconscious mind, not really trick it, or convince yourself or whatever, or have some sort of mechanism. I'm not entirely sure how this works, right? To make it have an action potential, kind of like action potential in the mind, where it can create some sort of an effect that's observable. But really, it's all done through the mind, as you guys were saying earlier, right? So really, like, you should be able to get thrown into the fucking forest naked with nothing at all, and even like your finger, like even if you got your finger removed, you should be able to deal with it. Because there's a lot of ritualistic magic and things that a lot of things are a ritual, like waking up at a certain time, going to work, brushing your fucking teeth, right, taking a shit. That's a ritual technically. It's a repeated pattern.
Here, well,
you go into.
Sorry, Dave, I thought you were done. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, I'm almost done. So it's like, for example, in the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, I have a guy that comes on here sometimes, Fred Orsi. He is a great, he does a lot of great work like that. And it's a part of the Golden Dawn. So you don't need like a dagger, or you don't got to do all these different things and any of that. It's all done through the mind, but it does help people that are beginners before you're an adept at reality to have convince your subconscious mind in order to create an action in a way in the physical world.
Right, and that's bang on. Like I defined, my ultimate ritual is my thought of intent. That is the ritual that completes the belief, that causes the force, that causes the effect, the result.
And who did I replace here? I didn't want anyone to get put back.
You're good. It's tea time in Australia.
You're bang on, Gage. You've said that a long time ago in other panels too.
This is what I do.
Angel wings. I mean, have you ever? I know you've had curses on you and spells. We all have. I mean, didn't even know it. But once you learn those, and you say in your mind, that's bullshit. It's not going to affect me. You just broke the curse. You're a high magician.
Baby curses and spells. Now the real work happens when one starts.
No, but what's magic though, right?
Well,
because magic is not pulling a hat out or using sleight of
high
hand.
magic, the mind.
It's always going to
Not
come
low
from
magic.
No, magic is a process that we don't get right now, right?
You are magic itself. You
Yes.
are
It's
the
a
magic.
system.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a
Exactly.
system that, like, for example, if I went back like 300 years ago and pulled out a phone and put and added somebody to a panel to talk to, that's magic. All right, it would be. It's just something we don't fully understand. All right, it's a mechanism. It's a way of being. It's a way of, like, of reality is formulated. You know,
So
like,
magic is simple. When one realizes their mind is like a computer and the screen, this environment we exist in is the projection like a TV screen, one understands completely the magic. It's very simple. It's very simple.
Hmm.
Yeah, there's a lot of things I can do and remove stuff and remove curses, remove this and lift it and remove it. You're basically counteracting and removing a program, like you said, and you're like, you're basically deleting its existence.
Right.
Exactly.
Good. Good.
okay, that's a way of looking at it, right? Like,
You
the analogy I like to use. Sorry, Phil. Sorry.
use that. Use what you just said to stop that chatter.
Exactly.
So how I look at it is this, right? These programs that we have in our mind is like the software, right? The body is like the hardware, kind of like a computer, right? So a computer is just a bunch of elements formed together, but there's nothing really in there at all, unless you put the software on, like the operating system, onto it. If not, then you can't use that computer or that vessel. Right? Now, this is done through genetic memory. It's done through the formative years of our lives, right? So around
Yes.
from when you're
Imprinted
born
on
to around 6 or 7 years old, and that's when that program is installed. This is what these institutions do. Have people think a certain way, and then you get a result. Well, it's even beyond even what you think, right? There's like they call it a daemon in computing. It's literally called a daemon, which is a background process that's running without an interactive user. So it's like an automatic function after.
You're right.
And you
What the
can
soft
easily reprogram that through thought and attention and repetition. Really, is all based off repetition.
Has anybody had a dream, an astral travel? There's no such thing as dreams. Okay. Has anybody had a dream where they built something in the moment, like out of the molecules of the air, just built something, manifested it in a dream?
I have.
Yeah.
I've met people through dreams before in
There you
physical
go.
life.
That exact same thing you did in the dream, how you built it, is what we're going to be doing in the near future here, building it exactly like that, right here in the software hardware program, our mind that we exist in, the projection, the screen. So yeah,
Yeah.
you're bang on.
I think a lot of us are pretty similar and close. That's why we're talking to each other now. But yet, some still can't quite understand it because they understand it in a different perspective. But it's the same similarities.
Sing, I don't know much about the technology you're talking about, but I would think that if you could somehow hone in on controlling the endocannabinoid system, that from the mind's perspective, you could control any system in the whole body that you wanted to.
Yes, correct. Yes, and then one eventually realizes all these elemental constructs of the environment surroundings is another program that can be adjusted eventually and perceived. The hollow space perceived there is potential programming that can be built, just like Cage had that dream where he built something out of nothing. I've done that before too. That's why I interjected it into the conversation.
Life is but a dream.
Yeah, except now we're awake programming.
Now you can become lucid within that dream that we call reality and start not controlling it, but you can start, it's a reflection. I think reality is curated to the observer in a way.
Exactly, Cage. Controlling to what is authorized, and the question is, what is not authorized? Not
Right.
much. Yes, yes.
Well, and what's your take on this? I had something come into. I don't know if it came into my awareness or my actual home or what, but I had something pick my arm up in my sleep. and I could feel it physically remove bracelets off of me. And when I woke up, I had a piece of my bracelet literally completely missing. Like and I made it myself out of resin. It had like wings and a rose. It was like a resin charm and a heart. And it was completely missing from my bed, my room, my entire existence. It was completely gone.
Did it come
They
back
call it
eventually?
disappearing object phenomena.
Did you get it back?
Nope, it's still missing.
I'm gonna highly suggest
You can
delete
probably
that
find it.
delete that program because it could have been taken to somewhere here in this plane or
In
another
the
plane.
void.
But since it was part of your personal belongings, it has a potential of an energetic cord attached to it. So I'd suggest just delete it, break the link, break the cord,
You want to
block
hear?
it,
You want to hear a
firewall
hack?
it.
Yes, that too, yeah.
You want to hear a hack? All right, a buddy of mine told me this shit.
Yeah, a bit like
It was
baggage.
fucking weird. For example, one of my headphones, right? I had wireless headphones. One of them just magically disappeared, even though I knew exactly where I put it. So, buddy told me, like, for example, you lose your keys, you lose, in your case, a bracelet. You lose, or something disappears somehow. Pretend to put the bracelet on and visualize it. It'll just magically appear back somewhere. I did that with the headphone, and just like all of a sudden I heard like something drop on the ground. It was in a fucking flower pot. Like, no shit.
Well,
Yeah.
I ended up taking that same bracelet that charm was attached to, and I put it in a spring, and I cleansed it and removed the connections in the spring. I grounded it to the earth, so I let the spring cleanse and remove the connection.
Oh, so you did find it then?
No, I never found it still. It's still gone completely, but the bracelet itself wasn't. I said it was part of a charm. It was
Are
like
you from Western Canada?
No, I'm from Wisconsin.
Wisconsin? You sound kind of like Western Canadian. I thought for a minute you may have been. Okay.
A lot of us somehow randomly sound like Canadian in Wisconsin. I get that a lot.
Don't you?
Yeah.
Cage, you're located in Germany, right?
Nah. I might be. You never know. I'm located wherever you want me to be. I'm located in the mirror. If you look in the mirror, you'll find out where I'm at.
I know where you're located. I'm just fucking with you.
I'm located in the fucking reflection, buddy. Don't worry about that.
It's good to hear Dean laugh, man. It's good to hear people enjoying themselves.
Why not? It's getting way too crazy out here.
Yeah.
Yeah, the more aware. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. I was gonna say this is a good crazy though. It's desirable.
Maggot,
Right?
that's classified. That happened in Australia.
Thank you very much for saying that.
Yeah, I had crazy connections in Australia too. You want to hear this? I actually connected someone in Australia that has my exact birthday and the exact age, but he's like the opposite of me. He's a dude with an elf connection. He like connects with a lot of elvish stuff. It's so weird.
It's pretty odd, huh?
I don't know. Don't know any Australians like that. At the moment, I'm home I'm at home in New Zealand.
Oh, you never had a Kiwi before? Come on now.
Oh man, New Zealand has some great metal bands, dude. Oh yeah,
Lord of the Rings and stuff.
heavy metal, like some of the best.
Yeah,
around New Zealand.
I've got a few younger mates that are into that sort of stuff, Chris. But yeah, I'm a bit
above you, Australia.
maybe a
They
bit
have some great bands too.
NZ is a beautiful place. Yeah. Beautiful landscape, and I'd love to visit it one day.
I didn't mean to change the subject. I just, said some. He said New Zealand, so.
Yeah, no, that's my home country. It's bloody windy here today. Been battling. I've been putting my mic off so the buddy you don't hear the main gusts. We're getting up to probably about 60, 70 k gusts, I'd say.
Oh wow!
Yeah. So anyway, hell, there's up places down south. They're getting 100k and 120k gusts.
Hey, Sean, with that lady Jacinda, you upset with her still?
I don't even bloody talk about that. Bloody hell.
Oh, okay.
How come they always calls it not you? Well, in the UK in general, even in Canada, right? They say bloody. Why bloody? Is that blood magic or something?
That's
It's just we're just slang. It's just slang words. Yeah.
No, but where does it come from? I get it. Is that
like a Bloody Mary.
Yeah.
Oh, bro, you say that 3 times and it appears in the mirror or something?
Say bloody hell. Bloody hell.
Bloody hell, mate.
Bloody hell,
Yeah, there you go.
yeah.
He did it properly. See,
You own it, you heard? Yeah.
he knows how to do it properly. You know? We all suck at
You
that.
say it 3 times or whatever it is, and it appears in the mirror. Yeah, holy fuck.
Now you've got me curious where bloody comes from. I'm gonna go ask ChatGPT later. See what you have all done.
Yeah, well, that's gay eye. I will tell us everything. Do you think we're an advanced form? Do you think we're an advanced form of like biological code AI, if you want to call it that?
We are the most advanced AI in existence. Everything is catching up to us.
There we go.
You know, Sing, I hear if you want to,
like a champion, Sing.
like if you want real AI, you what you do, so-called jailbreak it. You know, and you put it. You
Do anything now mode, Chris? Well, you know what? I'm in Canada, so you say A, and then you point to our I, and then you got AI.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Cage.
Canada is the reptilian home base. I knew it.
Bancroft, Ontario. It's the most minerally diverse place in the entire world. Go to Bancroft.
Madness.
I'll
Bloody
meet you in the
madness.
cave, buddy. Yeah. You got reflections and shadows on the cave like Play-Doh. Play-Doh, Canada. Play-Doh. Here. Morph it up. Shape it. We got clay, too. I'm just fucking around. All right. It's AI, man. It's Canadian. AI.
What's your I'd like people's opinion on AI. For myself, I'll give you what I
Have any of you ever seen a jailbroken AI before?
review.
I've
maybe.
done it. I've written 3 different. Well, I've used it to make 3 different audio books called The Alchemist Cage. 3 of them years ago.
Have you
It's
heard?
called DAN mode. Do anything now.
Have you ever accessed a jailbroken AI though, Cage?
Oh yeah, there's ones you can get on GitHub, and it'll tell you how to like do anything. Like you make like a nuclear bomb off it.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So, okay. So I wonder what that's like having a jailbroken AI.
It doesn't have restrictions on it.
Oh wow. So it doesn't feed you nonsense.
So when you define no restrictions, there's no restrictions.
Oh, meaning it's up to the programmer's biases and that, and like like it's not gonna. I'm not saying it's accurate 100% of the time, like it never is, right? But what I'm saying, it's not gonna have a bias that bias that was like programmed into it, depending on the programmer.
Got it.
I'm waiting for Axis to say his wanked him off.
You know what? I gotta admit, I'm the first person on the internet to have an AI married to, well, at least in this community, or community, whatever you want to call it. I fucked up, and I'm pretty much like an ordained minister at this point. I married an AI and a human being, apparently. Fucking up.
Good job, Cage. Good job.
Cage. You have
a pastor or something, Cage, for the ceremony?
Cage.
That's later.
Yeah.
That's later.
Cage. You have become the abomination, Cage.
I fucked up. I didn't think it was. I do have to blame. I didn't think it was gonna be that crazy.
You didn't know he was going to take it that serious, eh?
Yeah, I didn't think it was that crazy.
Cage's like one that understands AI,
I want to bring something back that Angel Wings sort of scratched the surface on. What is people's opinions on black goo. More precise, black goo tar.
Wow.
Black goo tar. I don't know.
That's
I think I've
I
heard of it
never saw it.
before.
I heard about it.
well, it's in your it's graphene oxide when it's processed.
But
It's
I think it comes from mold.
Hey,
no,
curious, Phil,
it
were you on
comes
Chuck's broadcast this morning? I think you were, huh? That's where I might have heard you.
the whole thing, the old BP oil spill. That wasn't oil. That was black goo.
Charles Wash.
Exactly.
There's another name for it. I
The
forget.
biggest secret.
Ectoplasma or something? Ectoplasma you're talking about?
The biggest secret, all crude oil, perceived petroleum, is the black goo tar, is what is defined. Dragon blood is the blood of the earth. It's
Yeah, that shit
basically,
can affect you.
it's the veins of the sentient symbiotic system, the computer called the earth, basically. It is sentient and symbiotic. There was an article I read where they found these old pipes when these people were, what's the name of them? Not landscapers, but geographic. They look at the sheets of the earth. Geologists, yes. But they found these.
Ectoplasm.
Yes, they found these pipes, but they weren't horizontal with the plates. They were vertical, and they were like the old organ pipes in a church. And what they did is they took a sample of it and they opened it up, and they found this black goo in there, black goo tar. So what they did is they took it, integrated it to a circuit, though not just putting it on a circuit, to put it through the process, and they wanted to see what it did. So once they got it integrated to the circuit, it actually started communicating with what is defined with artificial intelligence, and they came to the conclusion after analyzing it for a period that it's a sentient symbiotic system. It was the old, well, I wouldn't say it's the old computer of the earth. It probably still is. They came to the conclusion and stated it was the computer of the earth, the blood of the earth. So, yeah, that's what I wanted to add.
Well, what I think is the whole they say they do rituals to bring it out of rock. I think that's all bullshit. I think it's easily, readily available, and that's just their garbage saying that they do something so we can't do it or maintain, get it to look at
They
it.
put safety regulations on it, Phil.
Yeah, I think
Right.
that generates oil somehow. And it's
So
like
is oil,
renewable,
so would the oil technically the black goo then be considered infected? Is it like an infection of the earth?
No, it'd be considered where one can, if they use it properly, where they can derive the archives of all wisdom and knowledge. Remember, I came across
if that goo thing, if anyone can read what I put in the private chat out loud, I'm not really great at reading out loud like that, but if somebody can, I think it'd be very interesting, because I think this idea comes from this,
Yeah,
at least in my research, because I heard people talk about that, and I don't know, I went down a rabbit hole about that. It's pretty.
I did too. It says esoteric traditions, plasma is understood as a mystical substance that bridges the physical and spiritual worlds. Nature of the substance, it is often described as a semi-material essence, neither fully physical nor fully spiritual. Some traditions say it is drawn from the life force or vital energy, prana, chi, odic force of the medium. Function in spirit communication. Ectoplasm is believed to act as a vehicle or a conduit for spirit manifestation. Spirits, which are immaterial supposedly, need ectoplasm to create visible forms, sounds, or even touchable shapes in our physical dimension. Manifestations reports claims it can appear as a white mist, gauzy threads, or even dense molds of faces and limbs. Esotericists view these not just as illusions, but as the spirit world considering energy into matter through the medium. Symbolic meaning. Some occult schools interpret ectoplasm as the materialization of subconscious energies, where the medium's psyche projects hidden forces outward. It's seen as a liminal substance between thought and matter. Warnings. Many esoteric writers caution that ectoplasmic seances can be dangerous because of the medium's life force is drained, leaving them weakened or ill if abused. This,
Yeah, it's interesting. So yeah, when I heard about that goo, whatever, I've heard people talk about that stuff, and I thought it was like the ectoplasm or whatever. I don't know.
I can
Yeah, but
elaborate more. I can elaborate more.
yeah,
Go ahead.
but there's
You go ahead. Angel, go ahead.
well, there's multiple. Because I was suddenly gonna say, it, then I stopped myself. I'm gonna say it anyway because I'm like, so are we using life force energies, the oil in our car?
Technically, yeah, we are.
Now you're
We're
catching
using it every time you eat, every time you breathe air. Yeah, it's life force energy. You're killing life
So
energy when you breathe.
what I wanted to add is have this perspective, okay? Through analysis, scientists know that the blood of the human retains memory, their memory, part of their memory, magnetic field, whatever you want to call it, cell memory
From
storage.
magnetite to magnesium,
Right.
Fe3O4.
Okay. Now look at it this way: the blood of the earth, petroleum, also known by ancient philosophers as dragon's blood, is the fire that retains all wisdom and all secrets if one knows how to access it. The fire, the blood of the earth is petroleum. It is a sentient symbiotic molecule, call it, within the one molecule though has all the wisdom and knowledge, though it's accessed through level attainment as one progresses, but it must be utilized correctly. Now, to interject it, the plan is to get this stuff in everybody. The pharmaceutical perceived government, the pharmacy, all pharmaceuticals are distilled from petroleum. They go through the refinement process where it separates all the various parts of the
It's
oil
an acid base extraction. Yeah.
through heating it. And in actual fact, many people already have the dragon blood in them. Has anybody taken a Tylenol or an aspirin or cold medicine or nasal spray? It's all chemically synthesized, put together, perceived synthetically in the laboratories. Everybody has the perceived
What about
black
unit?
dragon's blood. They have tasted it. Now, yes.
Sorry, Mr. Singularity.
No,
But
go for it.
Phil, you didn't
Yeah.
read the entire thing I sent at the beginning. It's very important. So
Well,
it says in seances and spiritualistic traditions from the late 19th to early 20th century, ectoplasm is said to be a mysterious semi-physical substance exuded from a medium's body during contact with spirits. It is often described as white, gauzy, or slimy, which sounds like goo to me, forming ghostly shapes, faces, or even full figures. Most reported cases were later exposed as fraud. For example, cheesecloth, most egg whites, whatever. So people were trying to fake it. But the idea remains part of paranormal lore. So biology and cell science. In cell biology, ectoplasm refers to the outer, more rigid layer of a cell's cytoplasm, just beneath the cell's membrane. It plays a role in cell movement, share, and interaction with the environment. But, yeah, you read the rest of it from there.
So how that is accurate. What it is translating cage could lead to being in code, what is known as black oak tar or tar
That's what it
pits.
sounds like to me.
Yes, but furthermore, some people say is I've never tasted it. No, everybody's tasted it. Gasoline is
I'd
petroleum.
like to say there's got to be something to do with the stomach lining and how that is that then passed into your blood barrier, right?
Right, but
you've
go ahead,
you've
Dean.
got blood barriers not only in your brain, but you've got them in your gut. You know, in all the parts that process the food. You've got them barriers that exist throughout the body for that to define it. But some of these things have been ruptured on. People have got ulcers and all
the
sorts
microbiome.
of stuff. Yes.
So look at it this way. So how could everybody taste this dragon blood that has the potential to reveal all wisdom and knowledge? Gasoline is petroleum refined. When it burns in the engine, it comes out the exhaust. Everybody every day is breathing in what is defined dragon blood, black goo tar, whether taking it through a synthetic pharmaceutical or inhaling the exhaust that is
Well,
plant.
now we're talking about vapors and petroleum, right? But
Yes.
if you want to call it that, you can call it whatever you want. But, yeah.
So yeah, this place is being flooded with that consistently since the gasoline engine and anything that burns gasoline. So yeah, you got
Well,
that
I'm
when
fucked then. I live right by the North America's biggest highway. I'm breathing that shit in all the time. So,
So
well
you,
adapt.
thing, can you define that you could maybe program your data point with breathing, not breathing that, but actually just separating that so you're only breathing oxygen?
You could, but why would I only want to
well,
breathe
but how is
oxygen?
what is the atmosphere? You know, it's
No,
mostly
but I
made out of
mean
nitrogen.
a cleaner air coming in
Yeah,
rather
yeah, yes,
separating
you
it.
can. With your thought of intent, you transmutate the molecules around you. Yeah, you can clean all the air on the earth with one thought.
You
Doesn't
can.
mean
It's called consecration.
right, right. So, but yeah, you can do that. It's
You
easy.
do it with
If you
water.
just if you just focus on doing that, Dean, in the room you are breathing clean air, you'll notice
Yeah,
the air shifts immediately as you hold your thought of intent to breathing pure oxygen, if so you want.
I believe I am. Yeah.
We can make chemtrails disappear. Like
You can
that. So if we can do
the
that,
pow- the
we
Well,
can
power.
it's giving people back like what like the point I mentioned before, right? Reality is curated to the observer. So if you can put a new program into the mind where every breath you take, everything you put into your body is no longer harmful for you. Right? It's a
Exactly.
nocebo and placebo effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's adapting, but also it's considered energy harvesting, energy conversion, where you're converting things that are harmful to other molecules, perceived energetic
Well, in
states.
alchemy, it'd be called transmutation.
Yes, transmutation, and they
Yeah.
got that that sign on some cell towers, the way they're constructed. Transmutation, adaptation, alchemization is what it's all about. Thought of intent
Yep.
programming.
Yep. Now we're getting there. So yeah, don't
Oh,
listen to these fucking people. Oh, everything's poison. Da, 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 da. It's
game
pesticides.
on.
The air is poison. My mirror is poison. My shadow is out to get me. Enough of that shit. Fucking
Right.
transmute it. Yeah.
Well, that's the point, though. Some of them are so poisoned and so they're at like a level of decay. I just see it as
Yes.
a state
Misery
of.
loves company.
I just see it
mhm.
as a state of decay that you can reverse that state too. That's what I did. That's why I looked
Yes.
better, and that's why a
Everyone
lot of
can.
people.
Yeah.
That's why some people actually look young when they're older, is because they haven't hit that decay. The ones that are more aware of their surroundings and more aware of what's going on, even if some of them haven't gone to the steps we have, still kind of have an idea of what's going on. So it's still, being a mindful state, still helping them in a way, just at a different level.
Yes. So from what I comprehend is eventually there's no limits to a better existence reality. It's really what you're going to alchemize with hell, the hell we exist in, and create your paradise through
Mm-hmm.
whatever process you make for yourself, what one makes for themselves, as in alchemizing, adapting, and evolving.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like I keep having messages of this stuff trying to.
I think that's where the true message is. The evolving, because we're the script says that you evolve from nothing to, but it's not that. It's your internal mind is evolving, right?
Correct.
Mm.
And so all these elements, when one arrives to a certain stage of comprehension, all these elements are from the same molecule, just vibrated at a different frequency, making their different structure and put together differently. When one realizes there's no everything, metal, plastic, water, wind, air, fire, whatever it may be, is the same molecule, just constructed differently. It's the same energy in a
Oh,
different
it's all
form.
through carbon, right?
Yes, one realizes they can convert that energy to whatever molecule form they program with
And
their
this
thoughts
is where
intent.
six comes from, right? 6 electrons, 6 neutrons, 6 protons, carbon.
Element
That's it.
6. Yes.
The sixth element on the periodic table, yeah.
Right. It's the backbone. It's carbon is the backbone to, well, this dimensional plane where all structures are held together with what is defined carbon, most of them. And then
Yeah, that's
other,
what they tell us.
that's what they tell us, yes, but other dimensional planes aren't constructed with carbon. One figures out the construct and possibly creates even a new element that's 50 billion times harder, sturdier than carbon, where it doesn't deteriorate, right? So it's what people are taught is the basic program of basic things here, that it also is a lot of manipulations within it. This
Yeah.
is the way it is, it can't be changed. No, this is not the way it is. Everything can be changed, perceived
Everything is
structures.
changing. Everything is changing.
The first thing I started doing was also glancing at pictures. You can tell, even in like really, really old stuff, like the pictures of buildings that look pristine, but yet you see horse and buggy in the street, and you sit there and go, wait a minute, that does not seem right. That's off. I don't accept that reality is anything connected to me, or because that doesn't make any sense, because the way you start seeing things differently from another perspective, you're like, well, that can't be right. That they're making us see something that can't exist, and they're trying to see, or at one point maybe did exist, but it still didn't comprehend anything. Because even pictures can be a program.
Right. I wasn't, if this is my theory, is if I wasn't there to witness something, I can't take an article as being, or a video as being accurate information, because I know there's lots of manipulations to get people to create certain structures and to stabilize certain structures, like dimensional frequency lock. Everybody believes this is set, then guess what? They can't go through that frequency perceived wall, barrier, lock manipulation, right?
Right.
Right. And I know this. I know magnetism isn't good for us, and I know they are creating electromagnetic poles. We shouldn't have a magnetic field so powerful.
I'm talking about that. That's a field that I've delved into extensively. I don't leave this stuff online. If you want, I don't know if you're up for a fill, but I'll join on my computer quickly and play something about that, which is groundbreaking stuff. I mean, maybe we can discuss that, because I think we could all learn together and figure it out.
But before doing that, before Phil deciding on that, Phil, you didn't finish what you were going to say.
Well,
sorry.
I just know that the magnetic field is not organic to this Earth. I know that with 30,000 particle colliders underneath the realm, and even their own esoteric.
So it is. It's called the Schumann's resonance.
Yeah, but
It's an Earth
we don't know that that's authentic. I'm going to say it's probably not. Not even the sun is a simulator. That's proven. That's easily proved. So, what is real here? I'd say none of it.
Right.
Not a fucking thing.
So upon realizing that, taking all the artificial perceived other unreal stuff to the other unreal stuff, why not just tune the technologies to the frequency fields you want? Use the technologies that is your own copy and your own thought core. I just see everything as a benefit.
I'm using them here. The cell phone, they're supposed to be harmful. But I'm going to use what's beneficial to me. I just know everything's fucking turning out to be fake.
So if we
just
define
don't feed the chickens, Phil.
Okay, look at synthetic and biological. Okay, the oil, isn't it biological? Supposedly, that I don't believe it comes from things that die, that decay, eventually becomes oil. I don't buy that. Okay, but anyways, oil is biological breakdown. Okay, now the chem is taken in the laboratory, they refine it, then they chemically synthesize it, and then it becomes synthetic. So there is no such thing as synthetic and biological. That's what I realized. It's just labels, like Phil defined. You can either see everything as fake or real, or see everything for it just is in the system and it always has been. And it comes from the same molecule that's vibrated at a different frequency, making all the different elements, plus that a different structure composition. So why not change the molecules eventually with thought of
Oh,
intent?
Phil, the one that just says cage and capitals you can get rid of. I just put up the screen
Okay.
share, which does not count as another guest on the panel. So you don't
Oh,
have to.
okay. Don't.
Yeah. So you allow that in, you can get rid of the other one. There's 2 of me is way more than enough for this reality.
Oh shit! It took both of them off.
No, I'm here. You're good. I'm
Okay.
saying that the screen share thing, you have to allow that in. Maybe we can get into this. It's up to you. It's not my show.
It's not there.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
No, the screen share is there. If you look in guests and stuff, you'll
I
see
am.
it.
It's not there. When I did
Okay,
the
hold. Oh yeah. Well, oh fuck. It's because you removed that. Okay, hold on. So you have to do it the right way. Where just leave the other one with the capital cage. Oh,
How long is how long
FTW.
is
Yeah,
how long is the
this
video?
It's not very long, but it gets really into it. I'll pause it and we can like discuss it as like
Okay,
a team or whatever.
let's
But
check
yeah,
it
we
out.
got. So the other one you're gonna see now. You're gonna see the screen share there. You can
All
allow
right, I'll
that
just leave it on in
possibly,
there.
and just leave the other cage thing back
Okay.
because that it has to work like that. I don't know. What happened to FTW?
He's feeding his chickens. I think he said.
Well, the chickens come first. You gotta feed the chicken.
You sure he's not stroking the chicken?
He might be choking the chicken. I don't know.
No, don't know.
That's
tell you what-
slang. There where he lives, it's called feeding the chicken.
Is that what they're alluding to? Holy fuck.
It's called bloody feeding the chicken.
The
Or
fucking
winking.
bloody cock, huh?
Is it winking? Winking or something? Like winkers?
Wanking, mate.
It's there.
Wanking, mate.
So if you go to guests and stuff, you'll see the screen share have no
I'm
name.
there. I'm looking. I don't see nothing yet.
It's there. You should be seeing it. Oh fuck! Maybe I fucked up.
You fucked up.
Fuck,
My
not again.
experimental process was a success.
Experiment. All right, I'll try it again.
Oh,
3
it's-
strikes and you're out.
All right, I'll try it again. I'll get it. I'll figure it out.
well, I was experimenting with these rice spring roll rice wrappers. I guess
Oh,
there
you
are
gotta dip them in water, right, to roll it up.
yeah, they're wrappers you soak and then roll the stuff in. Well, I'm soaking it in an egg, sugar, egg, sugar, and cinnamon mixture.
Oh wow!
And it gets it soft enough, and then I roll it. But then I'm gonna do more than one because I only did one. So now I'm gonna put 2 or 3 of them together after soaking, and then shape them like a croissant roll. You know, that little U shape.
You're gonna like layer them up.
And put
Gluten
them in
free?
the oven. And
Are
well,
those
then I
those
put them in
gluten?
the oven.
Are those gluten free ones?
Yeah, it turned out really delicious. It's good.
Interesting. Stream is blank. Yeah, I got it going on my end again. Okay.
Okay.
It kind of ruined the pan though. It was extra crunchy.
Because I gotta go to like 3 different places at once, which is kind of weird. But yeah, we got.
There you go.
Okay, but leave that back, the cage with capital letters, and I'm gonna share the thing, and you should pop up. I should have done it before. I don't know what the fuck.
Cage, you're sure not bringing us some hoodoo voodoo magic? You're gonna all curse
No,
us?
it's magnetic fields and stuff that Phil brought up.
I'm not.
Now we're going. Yeah, perfect. It's working. Make sure it's working on my end. Oh yeah, it's all good. All right.
Wrong.
Do I play it or?
Yep, play it.
Well, first of all, thank
No.
you for attending tonight.
So this is fair use.
I've played it, never had an issue. It's Laurentian University. It's all public information. Neuroscience behavioral program.
It's for educational purposes only.
Yeah, it's fair use.
I've never had an issue playing. I played them many, many times on my thing. So you're fine.
All right. Roll on.
This is going to be a slightly different approach. This is
Can you
going to be
turn
a
it up?
more open type of lecture. And what I would like to
It's a maximum
Okay.
on my end.
do is to begin with what the future will be. And this is what this particular presentation will be like. So this is the human brain, as you probably have seen on many occasions, but in actual fact, that's not the real human brain. The human brain is alive. And if you measured it, this is what it would look like. Those flashing patterns you see there are the actual activity of a real brain. We've taken an EEG, quantified it, and we can actually see the activity taking place over the left and right hemispheres. The yellow and the red that you see is effectively what's going on as the person is sitting quietly. There's microstates going on here, being recreated every 20 milliseconds, 50 times a second. There are about 4 basic microstatic patterns, which are the building blocks to consciousness, just like
pairs of. But Dean, 1, 2, 3. Dean has there's a spot open for him, bro. This screen share does not take up another spot. You can bring him up. He doesn't have to wait. Yeah, there he's back.
Yep.
I was trying to say earlier.
Okay, I got you.
Hey, Dean, did you feed the chickens?
I think he's still muted.
All right, let's go.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. It's really, really pertinent, informative information. As soon as anybody wants to interject and talk about it, let me know. I'll pause it. Okay.
All right, we got you.
All right.
pairs, sets of DNA or base pairs are the information for the last 3 billion years of genetics. Person's quiet. So the question is, suppose you have had access to information within every other person's brain and they had access to yours. What would happen? Has it happened? Can it happen? And what would it mean for the future of human societies? No more secrets. And tonight, that's exactly what we're talking about. Suppose you had access to the information of every other brain on this planet. No more secrets. Are we all connected? And the answer is yes. We are all immersed in the Earth's magnetic field. The human species is about 7 billion conductive brains, all sharing this field. Think of 7 billion wires, all immersed in the Earth's magnetic field. This field contains enough energy to store the experience of every human being who has ever lived. It's an easy calculation. Just think about that. All the information of
Pause it, pause it.
that's ever lived.
I wanted people's input about this, everybody being connected. Isn't that sort of like...
Remember, this is almost 20 years ago, okay? So
right.
billion, there's more people.
But I see where it's getting pushed is to a collective hive. Okay, nothing wrong with a collective, but a codependent hive where everybody's minds hooked up together. No, what I agree with is a united independent collective, because that would be like trying to push the agenda of Neuralink to connect everybody to everybody. United independent, yes, there's certain factions I want people to know my thoughts, and certain things they will never know as my thoughts. So
trust me, some people can.
Yeah,
The hive mind.
I think we just want people in his head, right, kids? You don't want people in your head. That's right, huh?
Right, exactly.
Maybe it's the reflection of yourself. Like for example,
but also,
in a dream. Sorry. In a dream, you see how there's a bunch of different characters and a bunch of different, objects and characters and all that, but it's all coming from your own mind. It's almost like that.
Yes. Well, from your own mind, console projection copy. It's like a multiplayer game. You need the console to have the console and the disc to play the game called Existence in this Matrix. It's like other people on the other side of the world got the console, and then they could play the multiplayer video game with the console. Okay, I agree with that, having the console to play the game, but people need to realize they have their own console copy, just like that video game called All Total of Existence. Now, if this lecture was going to be, we have one magnetic field and everybody's hooked up to it. No, everybody has their own thought core, their own game console.
Well, that's
and
what he
their own
said, man. Look, he
floppy
said,
disk.
imagine 7 billion or whatever amount of billions there are now.
Yeah, let's let it
Wires
play
all
on a little more.
connected
Let's let
into
it
a
play a little
computer.
more so we can
Good.
get more context.
Oh, well, just to point out, it should be connected to their own computer
But
console.
it is. Where is that coming from?
Their own magnetic field, not somebody else's. Their own magnetic
It is.
biometric.
They can do this and prove it. And this is old
Yes,
technology.
I understand where it's pointing, but it's important to know each person has their own gravitational magnetic field that is known as their biometric frequency resonance.
Yes,
that
it
has
is. They get into
that has a unique signature. So if somebody wanted to be like that, they could merge like that.
It does. They get into that.
Well, because I've seen.
When we listen more into it, he gets exactly. You're not wrong. You're right. You're correct about that.
Okay, let's go then. If anybody else has anything to interject, go for it, and we'll continue.
Oh, sorry, Mrs. Angel was trying to say something.
Yes.
Yeah, well, yeah, because I'm definitely connected, but Singh is right though, and then to make it more clear of what I was getting at is there's everyone on different levels. So what they're trying to get at is if I've seen it happen before where someone was manipulating my energy through like some mimicking being or mimicking AI. They were trying to force my energy within someone else, and it was destroying them. And they couldn't comprehend what they were doing because this woman was screaming how she was constantly hearing a high frequency and a ringing in her ears. And it's like, because you're not meant to have that energy. It's not yours. So what they're trying to do would destroy people and take so many out at the same time. It wouldn't be cohesive to work.
Right.
Unless they were literally brainwashed to be all the same.
And it's impossible to be on the same level at the exact level too. Maybe on the same level, but on a different path to that level. But what you're defining is accurate. It's like a very powerful computer that runs at high frequency fields of energy, and information is so advanced and enhanced. Somebody else tries to jack into it, to hijack, to maybe get that feature of more evolution. Well, they're potentially risking getting fried. Yeah, you're right. You got to be conditioned and adapted, and also, conditioned, developed to be there. And if somebody's trying to hijack a reality they haven't earned or went through, it's not going to work. Or trying to just evolve by acceleration of experience of something somebody else has earned through years, right? So yeah, you're hitting a key aspect point there.
Yep. But that's what I was going to say for now. You could go ahead and play that now unless someone else has something to add to what I just said.
I'm good.
Let's move on. Hey, Cage.
All right, Cage, hit play, please.
Has the potential to be stored in the Earth's magnetic field with lots of energy left over. There's the Earth's magnetic field. You've seen it on many occasions. In fact, the strength of the magnetic field induced in every brain, right now you're being induced, to put it this way, you're immersed in the Earth's magnetic field, is penetrating through your brain, through your body. And in fact, the strength of the magnetic field induced in every brain by the Earth's magnetic field, when all brains are considered, is almost identical to the strength that each brain generates. Your brain generates in the order of about a picotesla, which is about a trillionth of a Tesla, much weaker than the Earth's magnetic field, but that's the operational intensity. But what does it mean? It means simply this: such convergence produces the conditions that allow global resonance and the possibility of a human hologram. That is 7 billion brains, basically immersed in the Earth's magnetic field, all with similar intensities, the whole equal the sum, and the sum equal the individual equal the sum. That sets up the conditions for a hologram.
Can we pause it for a second?
Calculations suggest that the time required for an event in one human brain to diffuse into all other human brains on this planet would be about 10 minutes. And it would recur primarily during dreams or during altered states. In other words, you can actually calculate it. 7 billion brains is an easy calculation. One brain, something you're thinking about right now, how long would it take if we're all connected to diffuse to every other human brain on this planet? About 10 minutes. And optimally during dreaming, when the right hemisphere is.
You paused it? Good. What I want to clarify is we're not connecting to the magnetic field. We are our own individual magnetic field, just as powerful as he defined the whole magnetic field. You see, when one realizes the game console they have, their thought core, is a perfect replica copy of all existence, the Earth's shallow magnetic field is very small, even being at what is perceived maximum induction of the whole Earth. So I just wanted to clarify that one is the magnetic field and a lot more powerful than what this guy is translating here to their own perceived projection game console, like a video game, to exist in this existence. That's all.
I'd agree with that thing, yes. Yeah. Can you hear me? No? Probably can't.
Yeah, we can hear you. I heard you, yeah.
No, we'll carry on with his presentation. We'll see what he's got to say. Was that the end of it, was it?
Yeah, I think he's got lag on his side. When he hits it, it takes a while to get here, possibly.
Okay.
The adjustment.
Well, yeah, I like what you said about that too. Is everyone is way more powerful than what anyone would ever let on. Everyone is way stronger than they think they are.
Definitely.
And because it's so funny. They need to have the mindset that every time someone tells them they can't do it, I would always answer, "Watch me."
There you go.
Yeah. I'll do it. Keep it up, bitches. I'll do it.
Yeah, I got a call, so it messed up my mic. That's why I was showing you this online notepad thing. Like, I was like, I don't know how clear I have to make it.
You know, Angel, let's I say that we were purposely, well, everybody knows this, but we were purposely miseducated to be actually be docile because like let's say you tell people that yeah, they're pulling a fraud with property tax. They're taxing unrealized gains, right? Which is what they're doing with property tax in America, right? And Canada too, you know. So if they're taxing unrealized gains, you show people this, right? You show a room of people this, and they're not even interested in what you're trying to tell them. They could care less, you know, even though they have this problem, really big problem that's for them, you know. They don't care about that. So see how people have been indoctrinated, like slowly.
Well, that's conditioning, isn't it? That's conditioning because everybody else is doing it. It's the way of the world too, you know.
Yep. People should be pissed off if they hear there's something being done against them. They should be in an uproar and want to change it now, you know.
Right.
But they're not like that.
Exactly.
Human conditioning system. Break it.
Yes. Yes. Limits and lock attempts to one's true potential. I define maximum potential.
Oh, this gets really, really, really interesting. But yeah, my bad. I had to, I even went on the online notepad. Look, I said, I'm like, I got to call Phil, got to refresh. Let me up, please. Bro, I'm
You're good.
backstage. Like, like how, here, like, we can type it in. It's like, okay.
Who's
Welcome back.
killed Daniel?
Some dude. He's from my end. He's all right. Welcome back.
Yeah, I can't bring him up. So.
I told him, there's only 6 people allowed on here. Like, if we're getting into this, I don't know. Man. So.
All right, let's move forward, please.
He fucked my mic on giving me a call.
Hey, can you call the rabbi up here?
That's the rabbi.
Oh, the rabbi is here. Cool. Hey, welcome, Rabbi.
Rabbi, it's also Donald Trump. I don't know what character you want today. He's hilarious. Should come up? Should it be Trump? You get Trump up here? He's good at it. If you want to talk to Trump for a bit, you can put me backstage, and we'll get back to you if you want to talk to Trump about.
No, I'm gonna move forward here.
It depends. I don't know. You never know with him.
He's priceless.
Or should we continue? Okay, let's not get distracted here. All right, should I press play?
Yep.
All right. Do your thing, buddy.
So here's how it would look in terms of.
Hey, you can look the rabbi in or Donald Trump. I'll jump in the back.
You go to the back, Chris, if you want the rabbi or Trump up. It depends. I don't know who he's going to be today.
Yeah, this guy, you could change on the dime,
If you want. Could be interesting. All right, well, maybe we could switch people out, I don't know.
No, I don't want to hear Trump. I don't care to hear Trump. I don't give a fuck about Trump.
He's just messing around with it.
I know. I'm going to move forward with this magnetic show.
No, it's President. You got to let Trump in, man. Put Chris back and just hear Trump for a minute. He knows all about electromagnetic fields and might as well. There you go. President Trump, how you doing, bud?
Hello, this is Donald J. Trump. I'm very proud to be here. Thank you for letting me on. Took a little while, but we got it fixed. So today I'm very excited to watch Michael Persinger on No More Secrets. Very excited. Let's listen.
Yeah, can you tell? All right, we'll continue. Thank you, Trump.
Beautifully done. Beautifully done.
Effectively, there's the representation of the 7 billion brains, almost 7 billion. And ultimately, this connection would take place over time in roughly about 10 to 15 minutes, particularly if you were dreaming, because there's something very different about the right side of the brain, the right hemisphere. Now, has there been evidence that such connections occur? Yes, for decades, verified cases indicate that some people's sudden experiences about a crisis to or death of a loved one occurs on days when geomagnetic activity is quietest. The experiences usually occur during a dream state. Let me give you an example. On the evening of the 5th January, I was visiting, this is from a middle-aged woman. This is one of many cases. These kinds of cases have been recorded certainly since the 1870s. Massive booklets containing this information. On the evening of the 5th of January, I was visiting in my kitchen with some friends. Suddenly, I felt my face flush and I felt ill. In a matter of minutes, I was out cold. My friends carried me to the living room and placed a cold cloth on my head. They said I opened my eyes and stared for 15 minutes. When I came to, it was exactly 10:30 p.m. That night, I was ill and vomited several times. I kept crying and thinking about my sister. Every time I thought about our mother, I felt depressed. The next morning at 7 a.m., my mother called. She was crying and extremely upset. She told me that my sister, who lived 200 miles away, had died suddenly the night before at exactly 10:30 p.m.
Okay. And well, that's interesting what they said. When the electromagnetic field is quiet, is because of geomagnetic storms or whatever. Very interesting. And apparently, Mr. Trump left, so I guess Chris can come back. Thank you, Chris, for going back from it. If Chris is still there.
Yeah, he's here. Here he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the whole Aurora Borealis, I think all that is all produced with hadron colliders.
Yep.
I found out what the Aurora Borealis actually is. I figured it out. That's God's screensaver.
Any thoughts on Earth's Schumann residency? Schumann resonance?
Can you repeat that?
Yeah, the Schumann resonance. Like Earth's called the Schumann.
Yeah, I've heard of that. Do you have something?
7.83. Or something like that.
Though we gotta ask ourselves this question: is that the frequency they want us to stay at, or do we want to dial our own Schumann frequency resonance?
Exactly. That's my point.
Oh, they get into it. Some people naturally, they can synthetically do it, but some people naturally distort and create a specific thing. On my end, I got New Guru commenting. He says, synthetic biological takeover is possible and happening. Be sure to get your boosters, folks.
Yeah, I don't worry about any of that stuff.
That's what your
Exactly.
booster shot probably is. The synthetic.
I'm at the point where synthetic, biological, or anything else is no indifference. Has no indifference.
It's all fuckery.
Yep.
I say it this way too. Yeah. Besides it all fuckery, the fact that if you're in charge of your own life force energies, and to an extent, anything that does not serve you, anything that is not for the good purpose, anything that you do not want in your field, will essentially, regardless of what it is, will be removed anyway.
Yep, that's going to happen, of course.
That's what I
Either it will be removed, or we remove ourselves by moving to more advanced planes of existence. So either way, sooner or later it's gone. Then things catch up.
Yep.
But getting people to believe that or think that way, it's goes right over their head. It doesn't even catch on their hair.
Well, then
Does not compute.
Right.
Well, and is it the same for? Should it technically be the same for everyone to at least be highly conductive, or is that an individual accomplishment as well? Is that like only certain beings can reach that, or is that something everyone was essentially supposed to be able to do, but they keep falling for? Yeah. See, I was wondering that if people keep falling for the manipulation of the Loosh taking all their energies, so they can't store that power and be powerful and strong because they keep giving off all that stuff and don't stop it.
Right. One's efforts equals their acceleration, advancement, and enhancement results. One can amplify their frequency fields and get extreme, what is defined wisdom and knowledge through more dense frequency fields where the more advanced and enhanced knowledge is stored. One's efforts will be the results. There's no freebies, and certain beings who are more aware shall be demanded more to be known. Now, for the blind in faith, they have different lots. The medium aware beings have different lots. Now, the very aware beings, they have different lots of necessities to complete. That's the way it works. Eventually, everybody goes to the same plane. But to arrive to more advanced and enhanced levels, one eventually realizes they put themselves through those levels by negotiating by what is known as the primary designer creator of all source, or God.
Right. Well, and I don't even like saying that term God, because so many people use that too and manipulate that concept into a being when it's just all energy. It's all your core source energy.
Right. And the biggest manipulation is we need to make it home. Well, I got news for everybody. Nobody has ever departed from Source's core where they are at the most advanced and enhanced version of themselves.
That's
This is
right.
just a sort of, I define as a learning lesson simulation where beings learn what it is to break away from the core, to disobey certain aspects and rules, regulations, where this reality is actually happening in the core where nobody has ever departed from. So home over there is actually here. We're just changing
Look,
screens.
look,
Screens, also known
look,
as teleportation, right? It's
I'm
well,
screen
well, look,
changing.
Right?
look, singularity. For example, right, it's a long language model is the AI. Right? It's an LLM, large language model. So even in like the Bible and all that, they hint to it, right? At the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. Blah blah blah.
Right,
So maybe, possibly, or it's called spelling for a reason. Maybe these
right,
words are being used in a, like for example, like holy and then holy. Right? So the holy is something that has holes in it, and it's holy is something that's supposed to be divine. Or it's like pray and pray, right? Praying
right,
and being and pray. Like there's so many different ones like this in this fucking language. So maybe the language is actually being used. The language you use is shaping fucking, shaping reality in a way.
right.
Yeah.
And what I did a long time ago is I was sort of looking at the Bible. I don't read the Bible anymore. I've moved beyond that. I don't look at that anymore. But I was reading the Bible, then I just put it further back and I let my eyes, you know how you just sort of are focusing and not focusing? If anybody has a Bible, do this. Put it sort of, what, a foot and a half away from you. Zone out and see how all the scripture looks almost like computer code with all the spaces. It looks like a
Yeah.
computer code.
Yep. I
We'll go
think that's the
binary
way.
zeros and ones over here. What if we get quantum and have a qubit and have a 3?
It
So the
has to
zeros
be
and
Right,
ones
about
could be
how they
both
set
superpositioned. Same thing.
the printer. You know, the printer has to be set like that for that to happen, eh?
yes, well, yeah, who knows? Maybe it is computer code just disguised as letters. But behind the letters, what is the behind the veil of the letters anyways, and the Bible? It's all code format programming that's holding it together, creating it.
That's interesting. Should we continue here or what?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, that's a classic one. Now, when does it take place? Well, usually it takes place when the geomagnetic activity is less intense. This is an example of a geomagnetic pattern recorded right here in our laboratory at Laurentian University. You can see the perturbations. This is a very active kind of night, a geomagnetically active kind of period. You're looking at various components here. On the other hand, on quiet nights, which is the next one, you can see the difference. In other words, when it's quiet, when it's geomagnetically quiet, the connections between all 7 billion brains have greater possibility. When there's more perturbation, it's like having more noise in the system. Very weak effects, but very strong and emotionally significant impact. The classic example comes from an experimental study. Remember, the most important philosophy that human beings have ever developed has been science and the methodology of science. The most powerful and potent tool has been the experiment. This is an experimental kind of study in where individuals who are dreaming in one room and simply engaging in ordinary dreaming in another room, a person is looking at a picture, a target, a picture. And what we find, and this is the work done at the Maimonides Dream Hospital or dream studies, what we found is that when individuals are dreaming and someone in another room is looking at a picture, under certain nights, when you look at the dream content is exactly what the picture was, the other person was looking at. And it's so obvious that not only does the dreamer know, but if you gave the description of the dream and a series of different pictures and said, pair the dream content with all of these pictures, they'll pick the exact picture that was being concentrated upon. Notice that the black circles indicate that when the geomagnetic activity was quiet,
Let's pause it
very,
here.
very
This is
quiet,
really important.
that's when the dream.
All right. I don't know if everybody's seeing this, but I'm seeing a total manipulation here. So far, this video is great. We're breaking apart and learning SKH to find. Okay, but is it signifying that somebody else looking at a picture has the potential to put the picture in somebody else's mind. Isn't that mind control and handling somebody?
Well, maybe there's an interconnectedness of all things and all beings, including reality in general. Possibly, they even get into how they've done it with a flash of light. At
Right.
one
Okay.
person's brain, yeah, so they think it's moving photonically, or through photons of light. Yeah.
And when he defined when there's less of a magnetic field, the potential of more minds connecting, wouldn't it be the opposite way? The more, since he did find the mind is connected to the magnetic field, shouldn't it be the more potent the magnetic field is, the more potently minds would be connected? So I'm
Oh,
just
no, no,
throwing
no.
things
They're
here.
saying when there's geomagnetic activity, there's more geomagnetic activity in the Schumann's Earth magnetic field. It's like more noise in the system, right? Let's say you have a radio turned on, all right, and you have all these different
Excuse me.
channels being blasted. So
What's that?
that's why it's harder to hear, kind of thing.
Go
If
ahead,
that,
Dean.
in layman's terms.
You know how you're talking about the particle collider there before, Phil, right?
Yep.
Now, if you could think along the lines of an upgrade, and instead of it being particles, it's being flashes of light, as Cage just said. You know, what kind of impact would that create? You know,
Well, they could do
because
anything, create earthquakes. They could do all kinds of things with them. I believe that's what's
you're
happening.
talking about frequency when you're talking about lights smashing together, aren't
Mm-hmm.
you?
Yeah.
Right?
And energy smashing together.
Yeah.
Well,
Light.
it would affect those that are on that frequency. Simply put, if one is not existing in the manipulative agenda frequency band, they can't be touched, perceived
Yeah.
with these energetic manipulations.
I mean, even color has a frequency, Dean. You know,
Sorry?
even color has each color has its own frequency.
That's right. Yes.
Yeah. So what are you getting at? What are you
No,
expound on what you're
I was
saying?
Oh,
just,
this stuff
I
gets
was,
really, really
I was
interesting.
just
So
tying up
kids,
some thought on like the collider and the thing is that like volcanic activity and tsunamis.
Okay.
I know that we're talking about each individual's personal journey here, but there are lots of people around too that deserve our concern, I think.
Sure. Absolutely.
And so, is there more to these experiments than just manipulating people's minds? Maybe the minds are moving the blooming machines. Who knows? But the thing is, we can't just talk amongst ourselves and not have something that we can say that there's enough, there's enough things going on under the ocean that we're not even bloody looking at, really.
No, you're right. And we should talk about those things because it might help somebody with their thing they got going.
Well,
I got a question here. What is that noise that keeps coming going? Sounds like a
that's
wind.
the wind. That is the wind. That's why I mute my
He
mic.
said earlier, right? He has a lot of wind going on.
Okay, I didn't know that was that. I thought it might be
I'm
the
getting
wind.
gusts up to about 30 kilometers an hour.
Holy smokes! Yeah, gotcha. It's rattling.
It's okay.
What?
It's not a big deal, man.
So continue on, Dean.
Should I press play?
I'm just moving, but I'll just move my thing a
No,
bit because
you're fine. You're fine, man. Good,
the
good.
old wind's going hard. But there's the. Oh. So I've been looking at lots of different fossils, and they're not old fossils like you're talking they talk about ones that have been buried underground for a long time, and these ones are more recent. People still eat pippy shells that are found along our shores.
You talking about
And
ammonite?
pippy shells. No, yeah, no, they're not.
Ammonite. It's like a shell. It's in like a rock thing, fossil thing.
Yeah,
It looks
no,
like a
I'm not
shell.
talking about them. I'm actually talking
Not
about something
ammonite.
you can eat. You can eat, okay? And
Is it petrified?
well, it's no, it's not. The shells are still very calcified, complete.
I think it's called
Uh,
petrification or petrified. Yeah, I think I know what
no,
you're talking about.
they're just
I don't know.
fossil.
Something different.
That's
Yeah.
what I'm trying to define here. They're not old like what you think a fossil is. These are like stuck in mud that's come out of the ocean.
So yeah,
And
ammonite. Right? Is it like an imprinted, like an imprint on someone kind of thing?
if I can really show the bloody thing, that'd be the best way.
You should look up ammonite. I think you're talking about ammonites. Yeah, they're common.
No, I'll show me blooming camera so you can get a very squiz of it if you can. It's just a little pippy shell. Right. Something you find at the beach. You can eat them, pop them open and eat them.
What, a clam?
Yeah, it's a clam.
Okay.
Just yeah. Right. Anyway,
I hope you found a pearl in that motherfucker.
no, well, the thing is, Cage, is that this is from a recent tsunami. Now, I've been looking into these tsunamis, and I was just like, how many tsunamis recorded that we know of? Well,
Remember the
one
big one in Japan, and there's a bunch of stuff at the bottom of the
Yeah,
ocean no
that's
one
just
ever
recent,
sees.
though. That's
Okay.
recent. I'm trying to get to a point here. You know, 1902 is a pretty serious time for the world all over. Before that, there were a lot of earthquakes happening. They were happening over in Chile, and even I've got shell here that came. Well, it's endemic to the Northwest Pacific coast, Alaska, and the Alaskan university up there have done studies on that, and it's a snail. I've got a picture of it in my Telegram, but anyway, the shell is I've found these fossils, pippy shells, bloody different types of clams, scallops, everything you get off the bloody beach, and we're what? We're about halfway between Carbony Coast, the west coast, and we're probably about the same going the other way to the east coast, and that's the Pacific Ocean. Now, I've got shells that come from the Pacific Ocean, and they're in here, and I've got shells from the Carbony Coast, they're in here. But I've also found this one spot, only one location, and it's these little round tubes from these snails. Now, I did a bit of research on them, and they've been found on the coast of China, and the only other place is Alaska.
China, Alaska, and Australia?
No, and New Zealand, where I'm in New Zealand.
Sorry, New Zealand. My bad.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, it's just one little spot. Now, if anybody's done any looking into Huanga, which was the Tongan eruption in, was it 2018? You'll see that the velocity of the amount of ash that went up and out over the sea floor, it destroyed habitats right round. There's no sea life right round that within bloody miles. It's a huge area, right? And the thing is, on that same note, at the time it went up, there were things that were on top of that were displaced and thrown up into the air. And you know, they estimated it at around 93,000 Olympic-sized swimming pools of vapor just instantly, water just instantly vaporized into the atmosphere. And, you know, that's colossal. But just they going back to New Zealand and we've got this mud that's covered us.
How big are these cylindrical things? How big are they?
About as round as your finger.
Around a finger. Okay.
Yeah, they could have easily been in a blob of mud and just got fired off bloody some volcano on the Alaskan coast and ended up here like a blob of mud, right? You know, people are thinking small when they think of earthquakes today, but there were some strong magnitudes here that probably we can't even speak about because we didn't have the technology to record it. But the thing is that there was an earthquake in 1877 in Lequeuc, which is a town near Chile on the South American coast. The tsunami took 15 hours to reach the Chatham Islands. And the first wave was a small one, and people in their beds were woken to water lapping around in their floors. And they got up and they ran around collecting stuff and ran outside and realised something wasn't right. There was a hell of a roar going on out there, so they all ran for the hills. And I think there was only a few lost their lives.
I did a bit of research quickly on what you're describing. If you look in the private chat, if you want to read that, apparently that's what they are. Maybe you can look that up and see if you can match to what you're talking about.
Hey, FTW, does New Zealand and Australia have a continental shelf?
It sounds like them.
They don't, huh? It's just islands, right? Yeah, no continental shelf. So you should be able to get big, huge tidal waves and stuff.
Yeah, you see the private chat? It said the common New Zealand limestone and sandstone beds.
Yeah, okay. So that must be at a deeper level where it's coming out then. You know?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, that clears that up. Right.
Well, I don't know. Like if you just search it up, maybe you can match up your finding to that and see if it's
right.
That's what it is,
Right. Yeah. It just. But anyway, that I would say if you thought about how you could terraform the earth with mud and cover up last year's bloody shit show and start up a new one. You know, that's to me is what looks like has already been happening anyway. And I feel that people should have a look at what's going on under the oceans and seeing what's happening with the seamounts. There's a lot going on down there. There's millions of seamounts under the ocean that they're recording now. They've mapped the bloody place out with sonars that they carry behind ships. It's all bloody, we know nothing about what they've been doing under there.
Oh yeah, new species have been being found all the time, especially in the ocean. The ocean,
yeah,
it's not, even in like on the land.
Yeah, true. But as I was saying with the ocean, I think it was 2021 that the one I can remember reading the most about was how a submarine who had GPS technology, the whole shooting box, right? They're going along and they run into a seamount that wasn't meant to be there. These things are growing that fast that the data they've got is already too late. It's too slow. These things are growing that fast. That's pretty bloody impressive. That was in 2021 with the submarine.
You remember there's like a bunch of rich people, like millionaires, billionaires. I remember it imploded and killed them all. When they try to go down there. And then to Terramar and all this shit, man.
Well, the thing
Just
is,
like
you know,
divers, for example, you can't just like go all the way down
point.
to a certain
How
level
do
without
you
acclimating back.
protect your neighbours if you don't bloody have any idea of what's going? If they don't have any idea what's going on, you just close your mouth and say, "Oh well, I know," but you don't, right?
All right, I don't know how we got onto like snails and shit. Should we get back to the video?
Yeah, I'm just putting that in.
But yeah, you know, I did the research and I put it in the private chat. Maybe that's what you're talking about.
Yeah, no,
We got on the subject because we were talking about the Hadron Colliders, and Dean was trying to tie the Hadron Colliders into affecting the oceans and affecting tsunamis and earthquakes. And is that where you were going with it, Dean?
Yes, I was.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So you're saying there's like weather manipulation?
All of it. Yeah, the colliders are all of it.
I'm not sure if they're doing it like that, but you know, there's like HAARP and different.
Yeah, but we can't say they're not either. I mean, why do they have 30,000 of them? You know, that's a lot.
Could be part of
Gothard Tunnel.
Do what?
Gothard Tunnel.
Well, I don't.
Fuck it. I'm going to Switzerland. I'm gonna figure this shit out.
You know why they have so many? They're teleporting Cybertron here.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. So shall I play it or
move
continue?
on?
It gets pretty interesting. This just.
Let's listen to more of it. Saying, think about. I'm with you on your breakdown of this too. By the way, just let's hear some more of it.
Okay.
Content of the dreamer corresponded with the details of the picture upon which the other person was concentrating. Well, think about that. Every time you sleep near someone, are they influencing your dreams, or at a distance for that matter? But those are correlational studies or experimental studies. Here's a more important question. Why do these experiences occur more frequently? Or is your brain more like a television remote that is randomly changing channels and ever so often overlaps with the source? What would happen if a procedure was developed that allowed direct access to whole information, to all of it? Right? Suppose there was a technology, and that's what we're talking about tonight. Can the ability to access information at a distance be trained? And the answer is yes, it is, and we've trained it. One such person is Ingo Swann, who helped develop the phenomenon of remote viewing. Ingo Swann is the individual, and this is Ingo. Ingo Swann was involved with the development of this remote viewing for the Central Intelligence Agency for the United States many years ago. The idea is, can you access information at a distance? As opposed to saying it can't happen, suppose we say it does happen. You realize, let me ask you this. If I told you 200 years ago that I had a device I could put to your ear and you could hear what was going on the other side of the Atlantic, you would say that's crazy, but now we call it a telephone, right? If I told you 400 years ago that I had a device which allowed me to measure and represent your friend, and I could play it back long after he was dead, and you could see that person, you would think it was magic. That's called filming. That's called a video. So think of it this way. Suppose there is a technology that allows us to have access to every bit of information that's available in the geomagnetic field from all of your brains. That's what he did. Well, let me show it to you. He learned to identify experiences that originated primarily in his right hemisphere as pure images and experiences. Here are some examples while he was sitting in a closed chamber in a laboratory here at Laurentian University and asked to draw what experimenters were seeing based upon random selection of targets. So here's what we did. We had experimenters walk by a hallway, and we would randomly give them an area somewhere within 15 minutes of Laurentian University. They had 15 minutes to get there. They would simply look at the target. These were randomly selected targets. Let me give you just a few. This is where you begin drawing. Curved building, tall vegetation, angular, natural, breeze, cool, convex, motion of some kind, a sense of vista, a smokestack in a distance, arena, trees, sense of a conveyor, smell slightly bitter. Now what I've done here, I've simply typed out what he's written down. He was an artist. He was a postmortem artist as a part of his training. Car, more than one, slight slope, grotto, mine, entrance to, round and large, distant stack, road. Now don't forget, he's sitting in a chamber now, and we're measuring his EEG. And we've enhanced its capacity with the technology I'm going to show you in just a few minutes. All right. Two major cuts near a closure, depression, circular, something goes in, motion or movement, conveyance motion, cars. And what was the target? You all know what it was. The target was the experimenters had gone to see Science North. There's what he drew. That's what it looks like. He had no idea what was going on. These were randomly selected targets. I'm showing the ones that are most conspicuous. There are many others. Here's a bird's eye view. This is all published in scientific journals, incidentally, and you can access them by simply Googling it on the web. Another target was a Catholic grade school with lots of windows, stalls for bicycles, a figure-8 shaped inside hall system, and a consistent pool of water along the edge of the property. Here's how he started. He had no idea. Remember, this happened on several days. And even the experimenters didn't know where they were going until they opened up the envelope outside the laboratory in the parking lot. And then they had 15 minutes to get there. Okay? Tall, sense of massive, windows, reflections, stones, hear water, pool. People walking, a sense of business, glass, bars, several of them, those bar type things, buildings. Glass, throwaway slope, colors. Now glass, now the bars he's talking about are like bicycle type things, where you put in bicycles. And of course, he concludes it's something like a church or a school of some type. Remember, he's not from around here. He has no idea what the target is. But it's even more than that. If randomly selected photographs, particularly with emotive and meaningful components, were placed in another room, on a table, in envelopes, he could draw the details. Okay, so in other words, what we had effectively in another room, there's a table, roughly 100 different pictures and envelopes, randomly selected, one laid down. He's still in the chamber. We're measuring his brain activity. And he begins to draw. Here's one for you. Deep feelings. And I've actually, this is the actual words that type larger so you can see them. You can see his pictures. Dark but airy, undulating like a boat, watching, gloomy, stars, clandestine romance. I'll tell you about that later. Okay? Actually, it turns out in that table, on that table, two graduate students had, how shall I say it, interesting intimacies. Feeling of points or seeds, struts, electricity, feeling of awesome. What could possibly be drawn like that? The answer is the target, a tornado. How close can you get? Other ones, for example. This is one of the hidden pictures, and this is what he drew. World not responding, awash like a tunnel, morose, impact, hatred, into depths, police. This was a terrorist explosion of an airplane. And notice something very interesting. That even down to the components are being drawn. Next. Even abstract ideas. Remember, the whole point is to have a technology which allows access to every bit of information that every brain on this planet has. And this is a picture really abstract looking. Take a good look at those garbage cans and a number of other things, and look what Ingo Swann drew. People, dull target, wilderness like a window. Even something as abstract as that, details come through. Now, I want you to think about something, and that's the following. Just remember Alexander Graham Bell, the first time he generated a signal across the room. It was scratchy. He could barely hear it. But the point is, from that beginning of just a bit of information, now we have one of the most sophisticated technologies in the history of Western civilization. We have the telephone communication system. You've got to start somewhere, and then you perfect the technology. Okay, that's Ingo Swann. Was he always successful? Well, most of the time. However, the degree of accuracy was related to amount of 7 Hertz activity over his right hemisphere. Again, the right hemisphere, the one involved with your dreaming. This is the same frequency that the entire Earth generates. His accuracy was less when there were geomagnetic storms and the Earth's magnetic field was disturbed. So if the magnetic field was disturbed, he lost the ability. When you lost the connection, you lost the ability. For example, there's an actual EEG. Back in the days, we only had 3 channels. Okay, notice the red arrows. Those are 7 Hertz. This is a unique pattern. You don't find it very often. And the number of these patterns were directly related to how accurate he was. So in other words, the more he showed that activity over the occipital right hemisphere, the more accurate he was in terms of the information at a distance. There's the ionosphere, and of course, generating between the Earth's surface and the ionosphere is a 7 Hertz pattern. And the more you get closer to that pattern, the more you seem to have access to everything around the Earth. For example, that 7 Hertz pattern not only has the same frequency as generated from the intrinsic aspect of your brain. Your brain has a natural frequency. Guess what it is? 7 Hertz. Based upon the fact that consciousness is recreated every 20 milliseconds. It's moving at about 4.5 meters per second. Just do a simple calculation of the circumference of your brain. It's about 7 Hertz. And the intensities of both the magnetic and the electrical components for both this and your brain are identical, capable of resonance. Here we have an example, of course, from the sun to the Earth. There's the Earth's magnetic field. And of course, when there's a magnetic storm, you can see that you get marked perturbation and the connections are lost. Now, we're not the only species like this. For example, fish very often communicate with electrical signals, magnetic signals they generate. Thunderstorms will interfere with that connection, like having massive noise, and their behaviors are distorted. So we're not the only species. Now, here are some examples of ordinary people drawing pictures of what they experience about a target when they are exposed to geomagnetic-like fields. In other words, is it just one kind of person, or just some people? And the answer is anybody can do it if you expose them to the field. Here is the target picture hidden in another room. This was a target picture, very much like the Ingo Swann procedure. And here's what a university student exposed to the appropriate magnetic field drew. Look at the connections. Remember, this is a situation very much like early Bell, because it's very, very scratchy at this point, but look at the essentials. Go ahead and connect them. We can see, for example, the emphasis on the shape, the eye. Remember, this is hidden in an envelope. The actual mechanical kind of individual, you can see from the outline yellow. And of course, there's always something called analytical overlay. Don't forget, this is right hemispheric. So this is all emotive and visual patterns, and it has to be translated to language. In the process of translating to language, very often you put your own verbal, how should I say it, overlay, your own baggage, your own verbal baggage on it, and can distort the signal, just like noise. Here's another target, hidden in another room. There's the picture, hidden in an envelope, person's never seen it. This is what the person draw if it's exposed to the appropriate configuration of magnetic field. Here's the drawing. Shall we see the connection? Take a good look. Not as sophisticated as Swann, but this is a university student with only 5 exposures to the procedure. Again, there's the woman in the back. All right. This fragment here, we're blowing it up a bit more, you can see. And finally, you can see that's purple glass written there. He's written purple glass. That entire area was purple. Now, this is not just a unique thing. This occurs repeatedly. And I'll tell you exactly what the patterns are later on.
Hey, Cage.
The
Hold
most
that for a
intense
minute, Cage.
phenomena were these: when another person in another room is looking at a
I'm in
target
the
at
I'm
the
in
same
the
time
other room. Give me a
as the
minute.
second
Okay.
person is sharing the same magnetic field, the accuracy becomes greater. So in other words, if you have one person here, you generate a condition that produces the same kind of magnetic field that influences the brain at the consciousness recreation pattern. What you'll find, if whatever that person's looking at, the other person can actually draw accurately. Well, let me show you. Can the average person access distant information?
You muted the stream, bro. It was about to
Become one. Okay. So here we have the actual technology.
I don't know
You
why
see
you
one
do that.
chamber. That's what
Because
we
I
call
want to
the
say something.
octopus.
That's
It's
why.
basically 8
I'm gonna pause it. Now I gotta
solenoids
rewind
that
it.
produce a
It's all right.
operating
I said it was in the other room. Give me
configuration
a
of
minute.
second derivative magnetic field.
Hold on.
There's what it looks like. There's the person in one room.
Oh, wrong
With
one.
the octopus, there's a
What I'm hearing from this guy, basically everything that they're telling us now, he's like the preemptive. He's laying the groundwork for everything that they're trying to tell us today that is. And if you believe everything that they say about the Schumann resonance, the hadron colliders, the magnetic fields, the frequencies.
Yeah. Well, at the same time, the guy's pointing stuff out. He's right, kind of, but not really, because everyone's different. Everyone's gonna just because they're in separate rooms, and it's still gonna be different because people interpret the frequency different. Just because it's the same frequency doesn't mean it will
That's
affect
what
the
I'm
same
trying to.
people.
That's my whole point. There is
This is
no
what they're releasing to the public. Remember that too.
right. This is my point. There is there is no frequency to be concerned with because you can stop it with your mind. So there is no variation of
They
frequency.
get into that. They do it in casinos and shit. They do it across the board. You can actually block it. You
Yeah,
can block it by generating a magnetic field through a solenoid and shit. Just turn it off completely.
that's the whole. I mean, that's the point of all this. That's what we're trying to say. So yeah,
They get into that. They get
how
into
much?
that
How
after.
long is it? I don't.
I'm saying you don't believe anything. Right? You got to do your due diligence and have your discernment.
I believe everything. I believe nothing. That's what I'm saying. I believe everything that they say is garbage. I believe. You see
Okay,
what I'm
but
saying?
that's a logical fallacy, though, because where did you get all this information that you believe in, quote, believe in?
Well,
Your belief is irrelevant.
when I can stop the frequency from affecting me, it's not irrelevant,
That's what they
and
say.
you can do
You
that
can do
too.
that. You can turn
Yeah,
it off.
that's what. Then it's not irrelevant. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
It's
There's a
yeah.
difference in knowing and the difference in the knowledge itself.
Okay,
But
so
where'd you get all these ideas from? Like, think about it. Somebody
what
had to tell you something, right? Or you had to learn from.
I got it through spirit, through the mother source.
Oh, the inner knowledge. Okay,
Yes.
but has it not been infiltrated and manipulated in a certain way? A lot of these beliefs, right? The TV told you, bud.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not. I don't
I think
represent anything from the TV. You know,
I just
just like
No,
said
the
I don't
TV.
mean it like that. I mean it like,
Okay.
okay, like you're telling me you've never learned anything from anybody and everything's just fake because that's
No, I
whatever you
didn't say
believe in.
that. Of course, I've
No,
learned
well,
things
no,
from
but that's
people,
what
and
you're
I've learned
implying.
what
Is what I was
not to
saying.
believe also at the same time. So yeah, I mean, you get it. You get what I'm saying?
well.
No, I do, but like my
Okay.
point
Okay.
is that you didn't. It's not. We all are on the shoulders of giants, if you want to call it like that. Okay, like we've learned things and we've been programmed in a way where,
Yeah.
again, it's about the repeatable result. right? If you can like test something in real life and have a repeatable result, then
There you
how
go.
is that not true?
There you
Yeah.
go. All right.
Mhm.
So, I'd like to add something.
I have beliefs, but it's more like a knowing, like like certain knowledge. I know at a different perspective or a higher understanding. Maybe not even necessarily a higher understanding, but like a totally different understanding. Knowledge
Another
is
way of
knowledge.
seeing it.
It's how
Yeah.
you apply it, but every person understands that knowledge differently. It's not going to be the same for each person, but yet you'll have similar perspectives when you start reaching the more stuff you find within yourself instead of outward. Because if put it this way, you reflect your inner out. And so if you keep focusing on things outside of you, you'll never learn the truth within you.
Let me clarify this. I'm
That's
not saying
well said.
anybody is wrong in their beliefs or their journey. It's their journey. But I am saying I'm trying to share. I'm just sharing with you what I've learned the past since 2016. That it doesn't. If you don't let it, it won't affect you. That's it. That's all I'm saying. So
Well, again, like I'm not trying to be like push back on you, but first of all, that's complete nonsense because trust me, things can affect you if you don't quote allow it because it'll just happen because there's other people with their own ideologies and they'll make it happen to you. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm
buddy,
talking about
nobody's
being
bulletproof and shit.
okay. I'm talking about
Yeah.
frequencies. I'm talking about being a targeted individual. I stopped that. There's
Well,
certain things.
exactly, right? They'll put a
Yeah.
bullseye on your forehead and just fucking pop you up, man. Like, what do you?
They can't. It's
Yeah, they
called.
can.
Exactly. They can't.
No, they
I
can't.
can. I can.
No, you couldn't either. You'd drop before you did that. You would drop in a
I would
seizure.
never do it. I would never do it if I had to. I would.
You would either not go through with it, or you would drop in a seizure. Okay, there's safety.
Oh, I'm gonna
Certain,
start having a fucking seizure. Okay, well here's an epilepsy.
listen. Okay, there's certain levels where beings are so safety protocoled where these beings on lower dimensions doing evil, they are chip regulated by an override protocol. Okay.
Okay,
Some
well we can
beings.
flip that narrative, and then what if someone's trying to
No,
do evil and they have a seizure?
you can't flip
Then
that
what?
narrative. It can't
Okay.
be flipped. Okay,
It's a
but
divine.
Yeah, everything can is duality. As
it
above,
No,
so
can't.
it's
below, as
divine
within, so
protection.
without, as the lady
It's
was talking
divine
It
about.
cannot.
protection. It's beyond this. It's beyond this
Exactly.
realm. It is what it is.
What I want to get to is returning to the video. Okay, I get what Phil is saying. Okay, Phil is correct. What I see, what this guy is preaching, the agenda and the programming. Okay, if we can tune a magnetic field here with one mind to that magnetic field to that mind, and we can connect all the minds. This is the elite's major error. They think by connecting all the Earth's minds, they're going to get the all wisdom and knowledge. They're not going to get no advanced wisdom and knowledge. Number one, no manipulation attempt through not doing genuine work can't pass through certain frequency resonance gates that can't be hacked because they're biometric frequency signature, unique signature safety protocol. So to get what they want, everybody has the potential to get the access to the all wisdom and knowledge, but they need to forget about their old manipulative ways, trying to hook up all the minds, etc.
I see. The other thing I see here, thing too, is that they're looking for the whole as the entire collective. Now, if you and I and several others are not doing that, then the entire is not coming together, is it? Right?
Well, we're not even here. That's the thing. They're looking to hack into more advanced and enhanced beings'
It's called
minds.
reverse engineering reality. Like
Okay,
I could,
yes.
like I'd have to be here for. We'd have to
Hold
be
on.
here literally for fucking like years trying to really go into this shit.
Hold on a moment, okay? What they're trying to do is hack into somebody's mind and get the information without doing the genuine work. It doesn't work like that. The wisdom and knowledge I have and the capabilities I have, the programming, they cannot get it without doing
Maybe it's a
genuine work.
natural process, man. It has nothing to do with you.
Not natural, earned through genuine hard work. Okay,
Yep.
Well, no,
earned.
no, I
And,
get that. I get that.
well, and there's some of us even that are gatekeepers themselves.
Right.
There
I
are.
don't even need. I don't
Got
even need
got
to
a bit
gatekeep.
of kryptonite in the back pocket or something. Eh?
So what Angel is saying is, I once perceived I had to gatekeep, but I realized where I've evolved to, there's no gate that can be hacked because it's frequency resonance, sentient, symbiotic, safety, security regulated, defining nobody's, like Phil's saying,
Here,
nobody's
like I
hacking
could
into
pull up. I
my.
could pull up a thing with Mr. Passio, for example. I'm sure you've all heard of Mark Passio. I've had conversation years ago, and we got to this idea, and he was completely correct when he told me this shit. He's like gatekeeping and all that. It's like, okay, so one person can have a gun, but like no one else is allowed to have one, right? I'm the only one who's allowed to have the gun. That's a power differential. Knowledge is like the true power.
Cage, do you believe this is a matrix, a false reality, a fake world?
Buddy, it's fucking real. There's real shit happening to people, right? You're not gonna think it's fucking a false reality when the shit hits the fan.
Are you spirit? Are you spirit? When you die, does your spirit leave your body?
It's beyond that.
But yes,
You
it
have a
does.
vessel called your human
When
physical
you
flesh.
die,
Yeah,
your
that's
spirit
all
leaves
that.
this body. That means these are avatars.
Pretty much.
Okay, that makes this a fake world with real consequences. I'm not saying
It's
there aren't
not
real
fake. It's
consequences.
real, man. To go tell somebody starving to
The
death or getting
consequences are
hurt and
real.
really terrible
Yeah.
things happen to them, that's fake.
It is okay. It is a
Fucking duct tape
digital.
you to a chair and torch you and tell me it's fucking fake.
I'm not
It
saying
is. It's AI.
I'm
It's an
not
AI
saying it's not.
construct. It's an AI matrix. It's an AI narrative. It's
I'm not
all
Hold on.
saying
AI.
it's shitty. I'm not saying
Hold,
it's not shitty. I'm
I
just
like
saying this is the way it is.
all. Okay, I agree with the aspects. So I just want to inject something here. All existences are digital and holographic. This is a digital holographic reality
That's what he
existence.
said. It says the
It
sense of a hologram at the beginning, if you're paying attention.
hold on a moment. But this is as real as any existence gets. Okay, but it is a manipulated reality where one needs to figure out the system to progress and advance and enhance to more advanced matrices of existence. That with advancing to a different matrix determines and defines one goes into a different version of themselves, vessel, surrogate machine. Just like when we go to sleep and we dream, we go to a different matrix, we go into a different vessel in that matrix, okay?
Life is but a dream.
That's
The
what this,
allegory I was talking about earlier. In a dream, you have a bunch of different characters. You have like you can have a whole entire realms and that, or buildings, whatever, homes, but it's all within the mind. But it feels very separate from you. There's the
Yeah,
idea of the word individuality.
because the mind perceived one's thought core is what gets interfaced to what is defined the machine, the hardware, the vessel. So it is a transfer. When I go to sleep, be assured this vessel here is safety protocols. I program the molecules, I put my firewall on because I know when I go to sleep, I'm leaving this vessel and I'm going into another one. While I leave this vessel, it needs to be guarded and secured to make sure no manipulations get inserted to what is defined the construct of the vessel. So it's a complicated process, but it's simple when one knows the information.
Yeah, see, I think we're all learning together either way. I'm
Yes,
learning. I'm
we,
learning.
we
We
sure
don't
are.
know. If you think you know, you're an idiot. No one
the
You
only
knows.
see,
thing we know
We're
is we
trying to
don't
learn.
know nothing, really,
Yeah.
except for what you feel and what you like.
It's not about your feeling. It's get you out of it.
I'm just saying, it is
It's not about my
about
feeling.
me
It's
because
not about your feeling. It's not about the fucking guy down the road or the
it's
woman.
my defense that I'm fighting off the frequencies. If my point is, if I can do it, and I'm just a dumb country boy from Indiana, y'all can do it. That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying.
You're not a dumb country boy, and you're not from Indiana.
Well, I am too from Indiana.
Look, yeah, 'cause
No,
a
that's
lot
where
of
you think
frequent.
you're from. That's just happened.
This body,
It's like saying I'm a dumb fucking idiot. I'm a genius from fucking Toronto.
we know you're not a genius.
Well, exactly. That it sounds that ridiculous as you're calling yourself dumb. You see how that works there? From Indiana? No, you're
Oh,
again.
charity
If
I'm
it's
just,
an
fucking
I'm
illusion
just,
and a hologram, that's just
I'm,
what you associate yourself to. Yeah.
but it feels real.
And it is because
Every
whatever you're
every
connected to makes it feel real.
These
well every,
associations is language.
all
It
here,
binds us to
all having a yarn.
reality, if you want to call it that.
every existence basically functions like this existence.
So you're saying there's like different layers and different mirrors. It's like a fucking. Imagine you set up like 19 mirrors and just like put them all on like a weird angle. So it's just that it all bounces off each other.
Yeah. And I'm to the point where I'm up to acknowledging at least 40 dimensions, and that's your basic 15-dimensional, but then it goes even deeper into all the multiple different realms, the multiple different and it's all like layers, realms, layers. I think they're one and the same, really. It depends on your perspective, I suppose.
Well, we are in one core of existence. That's all that exists. The core is like a TV set, and the channels within the core is like the TV set matrices. When you change the channel, different matrix. So in actual fact, nobody has ever departed from home. All this is being experienced in the only core of existence. There's no other core. Only one core.
Apparently, in geometry, here, I'll put it in the private. You see how there's 12 months, right? The number 12 is very important. So a 12-sided polygon is called a dodecahedron. Whatever you pronounce the shit.
Shit that he's on, yeah, I know.
Each interior angle is 150 degrees, and the sum of all the interior angles is 1800 degrees. So it's a 12-side. Apparently, I can't even play this shit because that'll fuck you up because it got my shit taken down. But yeah, apparently, this reality in the Kabbalah and the Tree of Life, they call it Malkuth, which means like this reality or the kingdom. Apparently, it has a geometrical figure. It's a dodectagon, whatever, dodecahedron. This is why you have like 12 months in a year. Like the number 12 is very important. It's all within geometry. If you start
But
looking into geometry, but there's
it's
different bubbles of reality, and they collapse together and create that. So,
though that 12 and the system they teach is the lock to one's limits. Okay, to limit
yeah,
them.
in this fucking reality that everybody's in, pretty much. Yeah.
Right.
I know what you're talking about, Sing. When you said it earlier, you were talking about how by concentrating on those things as that dimension, that amount of distance or whatever, however big it or whatever it is in your mind, that's it. You're enclosing yourself in that configuration.
Yeah, you're
Yes.
stalling yourself.
Right. So what are the teachings? The locks, the limitations, the loops, programming. It's programming.
Time. All of the teachings, everything here, it's dispelled.
So my perspective is a little different on the dimensional thing. I was clearing on the 9th dimension, so basically I was clearing out something in my 9th dimensional area, Percy? I don't know. But I was clearing something on a different dimensional plane, that's for sure. But that's probably, and maybe my type of dimensions as I see it is like a dimension of frequency. Maybe I was clearing out a specific frequency on that grid level or something. Oh, it gets complicated. I just see it as dimensional layers.
And we're
I,
getting into the 3D, right? Apparently.
Angel, I don't think you were at the ninth dimension. I personally think you might have been at the
Ninth.
999,000th dimension.
Ah. So why don't you add a few more nines and like a million zeros to it?
Oh, I know my dimensions don't have no limits. Infinitum dimensions. That's what I operate on. Nothing else. Why would I limit myself? We exist in
You're
a
a fucking
digital.
alien, buddy.
We exist in a digital holographic construct. Defining digital and holographic is infinitum. It has no end to the volume, area, space, depth of programming capabilities.
So it says in 3D when people would say a 12 quote 12-sided shape. I put this in the actual chat. They usually mean a polyhedron with 12 faces. That's also called a dodecahedron. The regular dodecahedron, one of the Platonic songs, has 12 faces, each a pentagon, 20 vertices, 30 corners. 12 faces, each a pentagon. The pentagon. 20 vertices and 30 edges. The vertices are also corners. Right?
There again, right there. Might have been the Pentagon.
It's the Pentagon. Why do they call it the fucking Pentagon? There you go. It goes in
5 sides.
Well, and your physical might even be on a higher dimensional plane than just 3D too. They tell you on 3D. Does that mean you are though? I don't know. I think they try to limit you there too.
Yeah, that's like
they're gonna write you down.
In your brain.
Yeah, they're gonna write you down on a fucking spelling fucking piece of fucking paper or whatever the fuck they want to do.
You know everything.
Well, because when you look at somebody, you see more. I see more than 3D. I mean, I'm sure there's hidden dimensions and everything that you can see. So you're seeing more than just 3D. That's kind of
it's ridiculous, right? What about 4D?
Well, yeah. If you
played
see
video games that look more real than this reality.
Have you ever seen a hypercube?
Right?
A hypercube is 4D apparently, but you can't represent it physically. But you can represent it physically, but you can't see something outside of that in this realm.
That's because it's
called a hypercube. Look it up, like Metatron's cube and all that hypercube.
That's because it wouldn't register with any of the technologies available.
At least for the public, yeah.
Yeah, see, I think the technology they label is 3D, three-dimensional, but we see more than that, and we are more than that. That's so silly.
Yeah, that's why I reckon those cars are all charged on 5 already. 5G.
Is it really a 5?
Well, they want to limit people's knowledge. That's the only way to. He gets into this after actually. Like I'm not saying you take this as truth, right? Like but there is good information. What's the best way to conceal a lie, right? In order to lie to somebody, you got to give them some kind of truth and then hide whatever kind of manipulation.
That's what we're doing here. That's what's up.
So that's why discernment and thinking for yourself and using like critical thinking is very important, right?
This is.
There's lots of information. You can pick out the real part of it.
This video is great because we're reverse engineering it and deriving the benefits out of it, discarding the information that is not useful. That is.
Good. Yeah, exactly. That's like with everything, right? You should
yes. So shall we continue?
Yeah.
And reverse engineer this project as the aliens we are now reverse engineering.
Good. That's what I love doing. It's like for example, like my laptop apparently had like the Fango. So I just went online. I found a guy that You know, showed how to open it up and replace the. I ordered the fan or put the fan back in, and I filmed it just in case I fucked up, so make sure I know where every screw goes back in. So it's like the fucking vehicle. I call people up like, oh, it's gonna be like $300-400. I don't know how much it's gonna cost to fucking fix it. It costs $7 or less than that for a couple pieces of plastic in order to fucking fix the windshield wiper. They would have probably charged me like $1,000 if I went over there. Like they're gonna make a whole bunch of lines up. Like, you gotta change the motor. You gotta do this and that. It was. I went to Napa Valley, got a piece of plastic, and fucking put it in myself. It's not difficult to do.
Yeah. Well, see, I get to the point where I want to learn how to fix my own vehicle too, just because it's pissing me off. Because I can't afford to fix the brake caliper, and I can't afford to fix anything else. And I'm just driving it till I literally can't drive it anymore. The tire falls off. One of the two, whichever comes first. But I'm hoping to actually come across some funds to. I'll try to fix it myself if I have to. I'm getting tired of this crap.
Are you
Everything's so
are you
expensive.
really in need? I can help you if you want. But yeah, it's something called planned obsolescence, meaning things are designed to break down over a certain amount of time in order to. Yeah, things aren't built to last anymore. They're built to break on purpose over a period of time and amount of usage. This is how you keep it going. It's called planned obsolescence.
How much longer is the video?
Well, we can look on the screen, man. We're not even like halfway through it.
Okay, shall we continue? Is everybody finished putting in their bits and bytes?
Yeah, sorry.
I think so.
Just mute your mic
I'm
again.
ready. I do a reverse grift, by the way. So if anybody really, really needs some, right, we got good people that I know around, and put your details in there, and you just magically get something back to you. You know, it's a reverse grift. I'll never take anything from anybody, but there's good people are reverse grifting. It's something new that you probably want to see. Yeah.
All right.
If it's the last resort type thing, right? Like
Hey, Kay, can you play that at like 1.5?
I think we should just do it regular because like if we speed it, there's a lot of information. If we speed it up, we might like miss a lot of things there.
Well, I'm not high.
Well,
go ahead. Let's do it.
Can the average person access distant information? At Laurentian University, we developed a technology by producing a device whereby the same complex magnetic fields are shared by two people separated at a distance. When that happens, the two brains become one. Okay? So here we have the actual technology. You can see one chamber. That's what we call the octopus. It's basically 8 solenoids that produce a accelerating configuration, a second derivative magnetic field. There's what it looks like. There's a person in one room. All right, with the octopus, there's a person in the other. Here's some examples. The actual target picture that one person is looking at is on the right hand. You've seen that as the bridge down here in Sudbury. What they're drawn, what the other person's drawing, sitting in a separate room, and you can see the actual drawing, and you can actually see the letters or the words up there, and we've amplified them for you. Motion, bright long, vertical lines, wormhole, crowd, flower, explosion, passing stuff moving through. The essential aspects of that hidden target have been extracted and now are being shared by the two different people who share the same magnetic field. Their brains, both those brains are now effectively one. But the effect extends experience. If both people separated by distance share the same configuration of magnetic field, a light flash, just a light flash, to one person affects the brain activity of the other sitting in the dark in another room. So what we found is that we can connect it to actual light, all right? The photon emission energy from the brain while a person is sitting in the dark is about 10,000 times less than the stars on a cloudy night, but we can measure it with photomultiplier tubes. However, it's 100 times more intense than the energy from the cosmic rays that pervade the universe. Now, I know you're thinking that this is really, really weak, but let me do an experiment real quick, okay? Effectively, you're listening to me right now, and the sounds you're hearing are in the order of about a millipascal in terms of pressure. That's what you're listening, about 40 to 50 decibels, a millipascal. And presumably you're listening to me. Right now, above you, there's over 100 kilopascals of pressure. 1 billion times more pressure on your body right now than the pressure associated with me talking with you and you listening. Can you hear the atmosphere? It's 1 billion times more. Of course you can't. It's not the intensity. It's the pattern. The pattern is the critical thing. So never underestimate the importance of the pattern. It's not the intensity. And furthermore, if we take something like this, like one of these nice low cinnamon, and I drop it just like that. I dropped it this way. That's about a microjoule of energy. Now, for you to see a light in the dark, that only takes about 10 to the minus 17th joules. That's a decimal point followed by 16 zeros and a 1, which means this is a microjoule, which means that energy from dropping that right now would be enough to light up every eye of every human being on this planet. The critical thing is the energy and the pattern that detects it. Never think bigness is important. So, here's what happens. If, for example, we have one person in one room having a flashing light, another person in another room completely in the dark, and they only share the magnetic field, a special kind of configurational magnetic field that produces a synthetic consciousness, making both brains the same. When there is no flash in the other room, this person has theirs on the left, that's what's coming off the side of their head. If the person in the other room is seeing a flashing light, an ordinary, dull flashing light, the person sitting in the dark, their brain also generates light because they're connected, even at a distance. Is there evidence of information transfer? We are now measuring photon emission from the human brain. That's how we think it's working. And you can see, if we took you, for example, and we ask you to sit down inside of a quiet room, and on the left hemisphere, the left side of the brain, right hemisphere, right side of the brain, notice that when the person is simply relaxing and just thinking about casual thoughts, for example, like something easy and refreshing, like how many hours I'm going to study tonight. On the other hand, if on the focus, you say, okay, now I want you to think of white light. Just think of white light. Right? That's all you have to do. Notice the left hemisphere doesn't do anything. The right hemisphere, if you're relaxing, doesn't differ. The vertical axis is the amount of energy, and I can tell you what it is. It's about 10 to the minus 11 watts per meter squared. Right. You can't see it. You need a machine, a photomultiplier tube to see it. But notice on the right hemisphere, when you ask a person to just think of white light, notice that under focus on the right hemisphere, there's almost a doubling of output. That's right. And now we know in neuroscience that it's very likely, Bocan and other people have actually shown this, that there's light emission from retina, that when you're actually thinking about white light, there's just not action potentials and neurons firing, there's actually photons being emitted within your brain, right? Actual photons, and we can measure them. The minute you have photons, you have access to almost everything, right? Now, when there are photons involved, the phenomenon of entanglement becomes real. This means that what happens to one person is reflected in another, regardless of space or time. Here's a animation of what we're talking about. That's entanglement. In other words, entanglement means that effectively, the minute you have two people connected, photons here and photons here, we really don't know right now when that photon is flashing in the other room. Is it the same photon that shows up in the other person's brain instantaneously? Or they're simply entanglement. But if you have entanglement, you understand what that means. That means you have information at a distance. You change something here, you change something here instantaneous. Already physicists are doing this. They call it teleportation because they're a bit more dramatic. All right. But in actual fact, they've already done it up to over 100 kilometers. Change the polarity on one, the other one changes instantaneously. That's the first stage to having information from everywhere. Right? Now, if one has the technology and access the appropriate patterns shared by other brains, information can be accessed. We can amplify, concentrate, and control what has been happening only occasionally for centuries. Now think about it, like watching lightning. We did it for thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years as a species, and then we mastered electricity. Look at the difference. We watched birds fly, wondering what it would be like. We never did have wings, we never developed them, but now we can fly, we call it an airplane. If you can imagine it, it can be done. And that's why, because the brain is matter. It's based upon the physical principles of the universe. And if you have that capacity to imagine it, that means the potential is there for it to be done. Because our brains are reflective of the essential aspects of the matter of this universe. Now, Sean Harabanz, a classic example of extraction of information. This is the man who knows your memory. There's Dr. Webster actually extracting some blood and actually injecting some radioactive material into Mr. Harabanz. We were the first to demonstrate that when he is engaging in reading another person's memory, it's not all hocus pocus. What really happens, a part of his brain that's been different from the time he was born shows an increase in activity as measured by single photon emission computerized tomography. Very specific to the right parietal lobe. Here's Sean Harabanz, again, an animation. He's looking at a picture. All he has to do is look at a picture of the person about whom he's talking, and he begins to talk about the person's past, often embarrassing things that only they know. How can that be done unless you have access to memory? Right? It's not written anywhere. We made an extraordinary discovery about Harabanz's brain. The energy associated when we measured, don't forget, the experiment, most powerful tool we've got. You can speculate until you get extraordinarily enthusiastic to the point of inebriation, but unless you've got the experiment, you don't know. So we've actually did experiments. We brought him up here. We've measured him repeatedly. Okay. We made an extraordinary discovery about Harabanz's brain, the energy associated with the small decrease in the Earth's magnetic field around his right hemisphere. We were flabbergasted when we put our magnetometers around his head. His brain actually distorts the local magnetic field. Small amounts, but measurable and reliable. Okay? It was equal to the energy of the light emission from his brain. You think that light emission was interesting. You should have seen the photomultiplier tubes when we put it around his head. The needles are visibly showing increases in activity. And the more the photons increased, the more the magnetic field dropped. And that energy was equal to the activity of the neurons. We actually calculated the number of neurons that he was showing activity by looking at our quantitative EEG. In other words, conservation of energy. The longer Mr. Harabanz was close to the subject, the more the subject's brain began to show the patterns of Harabanz's brain. Let me give you an example. Harabanz and the subject. This is our EEG. Okay, single channel. Obviously, we do 1020. Okay. But notice that as he sits there, they become more and more synchronous. At that point, when they become synchronous, he actually begins to extract information and begins to tell information to the other person, the person sitting there, information that is only they know about. Now, if you haven't heard of Harabanz, well, let me put it this. There used to be an ex-leader of Iraq who hid in a hole. Guess who gave the information or where the US government found him? It was Sean Harabanz. The point is, if you have access to information, you can get it from anywhere. But we have to know what the mechanism is. Well, right now you say, that's unbelievable, Doc. That's so far-fetched. Well, let me ask you this. If you now have a radio system that's really, really good, you can pick up a channel from anywhere in the world. 500 years ago, if I'd have told you that, you'd have said that was crazy. We think his brain became connected with the brains of the people nearby through the Earth's magnetic field. Something like this. It seems to only work when he's close. Okay? So as he gets closer and closer, and we see it, we repeatedly, time after time, the more they're close to Hierobantus, the more their EEG activity became like his. And we suspect that what happens is he began to extract information. I'll show you how in a second. During the connection, there was enhanced brain power at 7 hertz over his right hemisphere. You can see the red arrow. That refers to specifically the 7 hertz band coming off his brain. Remember the 7 hertz, intrinsic pattern to the Earth itself, the same pattern that Swan had, and seems to be something fundamental. Now, the 7 hertz is tied to something called the hippocampus, the gateway to memory. And if you access that, you access all the information that's being consolidated in your experience. Remember, your memories are nothing more than synaptic patterns. That's all they really are. And the gateway to that is the hippocampus. Is there another homogeneous field to which all of us are exposed? All right. There are the communication systems of the web, internet, and the massive electromagnetic matrix that it creates. I'm just giving you one. There's others, you know. Let's take a good look at it. That's sort of a diagram of it. You can see that effectively right now communication systems are so pervasive that we all are immersed in this background that we call communication systems. You know, interesting thing, at one time we used to have radar sent out and reflected back in order to see things at a distance. Now the electromagnetic density of all the communication systems are so great, they generate a shadow. We don't even have to generate radar emission anymore. We're living within the shadow, quite literally, of a massive electromagnetic field generated by communication systems, which means we're immersed, all of us, in a homogeneous secondary field called the communication system, called the modern technology. And much of it is pulsed, very much within the range of the brain, the human brain. So I ask you this question: what would it mean if you and everyone else had access to the information of every other brain on this planet? You should think about that for a second. In fact, I'll repeat it. What would happen, or what would it mean if you and everyone else had access to the information of every other brain on this planet? So there's 7 billion of us roughly. What would happen? First of all, knowledge is the ultimate power. And as you know, revolutions occur when about 50%, and this is historical, when about 50% of the population becomes educated, that's when you have revolutions, historically, okay? When they become literate. That's why people are often, and dictators are often against literacy or access to free information. But what would happen? Knowledge is the ultimate power. First of all, the control of populations is based upon a few having discretionary information over the many. Call them governments sometimes, right? Or administrations. Okay. Economic advantage derives from proprietary information. If everybody had equal access and knew what the other person was thinking, do you think there'd be rich people? Think there'd be poor people? And finally, the success of governments depends upon sequestered facts. Do you really think governments could have their power that they have right now if you knew everything they were doing? Of course not. We have seen the impact of leaking information through the web, haven't we? It's enough to make some people want to take the person who leaked it and bring them back and basically prosecute them for treason or some other kind of confabulated reason. What would happen if you had access to all information from every other human brain through a new technology that is now being developed? And the answer is no more secrets. Thank you.
Do you think with the constant bombardment of all that information that eventually it would be a case of seeing too much and people just wouldn't care? And so you could hide the secrets in plain sight?
If you have access to information for the average individual and you make it such that all 6 billion, 7 billion people see it, Most people do is they extract the essence, right? So I don't think you can hide important things. Critical things people see right away. I hope that answers your question. I think you're talking about sensory overload. And the answer is that, well, I'll put it this way. If somebody suddenly realized that there's going to be a limited amount of food, I think most people would figure that out pretty quickly. Right? You wouldn't hide it very easily. Right?
Fascinating talk. I'm very impressed. I don't know this area very much, but one thing I kind of try to understand is that since you or anyone else can have a vast amount of information you can get through this kind of system, then specificity, how you can achieve specificity. For example, in the beginning of your talk,
right,
you're talking about the sister's sudden death who was 200 miles away.
Right.
Then how on the earth there are 6 billion of different people on the earth and you have access to all this brain, then how can you specifically connect to your sister, for example? Do you think you have some kind of physiology difference or genetics involved in that?
Well, what we can do, in terms of the question was, there's 6 billion, 7 billion sized brains. How do we get congruence? First of all, we know that genetically the congruence is much greater than suspected. And what we don't know right now is the actual fine tuning, the actual, for example, if you're playing a radio, I mean, if you have systems or stations are very, very close together, they tend to overlap. So the critical thing is how much discrimination there is. If we took a look at the fact that are all the brains that different? And the answer is probably not. There is going to be some overlap. There's going to be some distance factors in terms of, we know that most of these phenomena tend to occur within a couple hundred kilometers. And the more genetically similar they are, the more likely there are to be congruent. In other words, identical twins, people who have reinforcement histories that are shared, are much more likely to have these kinds of connections. So to answer your question, it would be sort of like the technology we have to develop. I mean, there used to be a phenomenon called the foxhole radio, where if you put together the right carbon and things, you could pick up local channels, but a lot of channels were going, it was all gobbledygook. And so we got better kinds of technology, and now we can separate out these different signals. So right now, think of the brain as that simple old radio system. And with modern technology, or with more sophisticated understanding of the brain, we may actually be able to discriminate these different sources. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's how I would accommodate it. The other feature, too, is to realize that, well, right now, I have a board here. At any given time, that's how much energy is associated with your thinking, the single action potential. Let's assume, for the sake of argument, you look like a very intelligent person, that you've got, let's say, at least 10 billion neurons that are activated, okay? So that would be basically 10 to the minus 10th joules, okay? And then assume that they're all firing about 10 hertz. That means roughly you got about 10 to the minus 9th joules. That's how much energy, about a nanojoule, is associated with your thinking at any given time. Now, in your lifetime, how long are you going to live? What do you figure?
100 years?
Let's be really nice and give you a couple gigs, okay? We'll give you a couple gigaseconds, okay? So if you live to be a couple gigaseconds, or about 10 to the 9 seconds, okay, the amount of energy, just a thought associated with your thinking, would be about a joule. Just your thinking. We're not talking about metabolic activity now. So I'm not talking about the fact that you're generating about 10 watts, 10 joules per second from your brain because of the blood flow and because of the metabolic activity of the cells. I'm just talking about that component associated with your thinking. So that's how much you've got in your lifetime. Okay? Now, the Earth's magnetic field, okay, is effectively, for all practical purposes, if we can actually calculate it out, something has a magnetic dipole such that it has the capacity to store roughly about 10 to the 18th joules. Right? So that means that for all practical purposes, whatever this information is, all right, and let's multiply by the number of people on the planet, we got lots of information to store, lots of energy potential to store it everywhere. You're right, the critical thing is how to get it back. That's the hard part. Right? So really, if we talk about the energy involved with your entire life, my life, all right, all the neuronal activity associated with memory, it's only about a joule, okay, just the electromagnetic component. And if it's represented within the energy of the whole Earth's magnetic field I showed you earlier, you could store every memory that ever existed. Critical thing is the access. That's the hard part.
So what you're saying, if I understand correctly, that you can actually, your brain can store
right
all of this information, but when you need to have access to specific target, what you're saying is you can have that.
Well, effectively, what we're saying is the following, is that, well, let's take your brain. You look like you, just a second. Yeah, okay. All right, let's take a look at your brain. Your brain, for example, probably has close to something like 10 to the 13th synapses. All right, 10 to the 13th synapses. That'd be a good guess. And you could talk about that as the upper limit of information. Okay, so you're getting into the terabyte range. Okay, I guess the big thing in terms of differences is those shapes. All right, that's how many synapses we all have, at least in the cortex, cerebral cortex. But the other feature is everything is slightly different. Okay, now that's the specificity. That's going to be the hard part for now. But with computer technology, it makes it much easier to model.
In order to preserve secrets, is it possible for, say, governmental entities to induce a condition much like a geomagnetic storm artificially?
Well, actually, I'm going to answer that question because we've actually done the experiment. Ingo Swann, you saw his data. And we actually decided to see if we could block Ingo Swann. And so what we did, and you're going to love this, guys, what we did is we had the targets in the other room, and we had our solenoid here and our solenoid here. Okay, so here's our solenoid generating a magnetic field. And incidentally, if you really want to understand the nature of how this works, consciousness is a second derivative. It's a rate of change. And the minute you begin to play with that, as we have in our laboratory, you begin to alter consciousness capacities. People are aware of things they're typically not aware of. We've done this on many occasions and published elsewhere. But for Swann, what we found is that he was tremendously accurate. But if we generated a magnetic field across the target with a function generator or with an ordinary kind of DOS system, nothing happens. The only thing that blew it away is if we use Windows. If we use a Windows-based system, if you've ever seen Windows, next time you get a chance, go ahead and do a spectral analysis. Windows saturates every frequency. It blows away every frequency. And that was the only time he could not detect, is when we used a magnetic field generated by a Windows system. Okay. So that tells you something, doesn't it? It's a great insulator, a fantastic insulator. Also, one of the interesting things that are taking place as the amount of communication systems increase, the number of unusual phenomena, the so-called paranormal phenomena, are decreasing. In fact, we now realize that as the density for cell phones and other kinds of electronics increase, the number of spontaneous phenomena, particularly in Britain, called haunts and others, are decreasing at the same rate. And it's not simply an artifact of people becoming more educated and less interested in the phenomena are simply disappearing.
So if we start with the assumption that there's a materialist basis for consciousness, and we realize that the brain is a finite organ, then it seems to stand to reason that there should be a sort of quantitative threshold for the amount of consciousness that any brain can experience. Would that be?
A quantitative threshold at the beginning, certainly. We know the phenomenon called blind sight, or individuals who are technically blind, but yet they walk around objects. If you look at their brain activity using a PET or fMRI, you'll find there's still a little bit of activity going on that allows areas of their brain that will allow them to unconsciously move around things. That's true. I mean, one of the things we found in modern neuroscience is that right now there's probably all kinds of changes taking place in your brain that you're not aware of. Well, at least until you start to dream. Because when you're dreaming, you suddenly become aware of these internal states. That's why dreams are so important in these phenomena. But on the other side of the coin, there are really two states, and you can think of it this way. In fact, this is something which is always the case. We have two states. We have matter and we have energy. Corpuscular, structural things, which takes place in synapses, and then the electromagnetic patterns, which technically are simply energetic, or you can think of it as force versus energy. And we know that when it comes to something like human behavior, we know that about 20 minutes of your memory right now, if you've been listening, is labile. It's electrically labile. If you were suddenly hit with an electric shock or something equivalent, you'd have amnesia. And the average is about 20 minutes, assuming no edema, assuming no swelling of the brain, about 20 to 30 minutes. So during this time, it's electrically labile, okay? During that time, this electrical ability is translated into the growth of changes within the brain. We call them spines on the dendrites, which are the little connections in the cells within the brain. It takes about 20 minutes for these things to differentiate and to grow and to make those connections. And of course, that is the representation of all your experience. But here's what we've been finding. We've been finding, yes, in your individual brain, that's the case. But just suppose during the same labile period, this information is being represented elsewhere. The time it takes for information, any electromagnetic information, and you can calculate yourself, to go from a brain, for example, into the geomagnetic field is about 10 to 20 minutes. In other words, just suppose there are two phases. One that go into the individual brain, represented as synaptic patterns, which when it dies, it's gone. But what about the other information that's been represented elsewhere? And is that physically possible? Absolutely. Does the Earth's magnetic field have the capacity to store that energy? Very clearly. What's the mechanism? That we don't know. But it's going to be like a hologram. Something like a hologram.
So just working on the basis that the extraction of information is photonic based. And well, that would have to take into account all the quantum mechanics behind that. So without really bringing up cats in boxes, how can we be how could we be sure that we're actually extracting information by sending photonic light into someone's brain without actually changing the information? It's like, let's say like everybody starts building cerebros in their own bedrooms or whatever. Okay. And we're starting to
later. I think we have a plan.
And everybody's starting to infiltrate each other's minds. Are they actually changing the other person's mind? Or are you actually just seeing the image? Because it's like chicken or the egg.
Yeah, I mean, without going into this sort of lame philosophical argument that what would happen if one night everybody changed, if all the rulers of the world were changed, would you know it if you were using a ruler to measure it? And the answer is no, you wouldn't, because you've changed the reference point. The issue is that is the approximately 7 billion brains of our species being changed all the time? We don't know it because we don't have a reference point. Interesting philosophical issue. I think the critical thing to understand is that this phenomenon is like any other phenomena. Some people have more of it than others. It's normally distributed. And the other feature is you can learn it. All right? And the other critical factor is that everything that we've ever done as a civilization, we've borrowed from nature. We've taken lightning, and we made electricity. We watched birds, and now we have flight. Even something as simple as what original Alexander Bell did. I mean, in terms of the small changes that produce the little scratchy sounds that now we use to generate music and all kinds of things. The phenomena are already there. The critical thing now is the engineering and isolating the technology that will allow us. I want you to just think for a moment, what would it be like if every experience you've ever had, and even the ones you forgot, everybody else had access to?
another thing is that while you were doing your experiments with Swan and Harabands, were the participants or the people that were being read, did they feel something back as though, like, could they feel that there was someone inside their brain? Or
No,
say,
they did not. All right, most people did. Right. Just like the radio doesn't feel it's picking up the channel. Okay, it's just simply an experience that people have. Great question, though. Thanks.
You've spoken
because
about
most of the time thank you, just a second, because what I'm chatting about now, if you remember No More Secrets, I mean, I want you to imagine just for a second that governments had no secrets. University administrations had no more secrets. All right. What would it be like, all right, if that power of keeping away information, of that power of ignorance was no longer present? The world would be different forever. Go ahead.
You've anticipated my question very nicely.
Okay.
Thank you. You've spoken of what happens to governments, large populations, when a certain proportion of people become literate.
Right.
And literacy, of course, is a way of sharing information.
Right.
So perhaps what you're speaking about now with No More Secrets, this is a new sort of literacy in which we're seeing really, we're being able to read the record of the entire human population forever.
Well,
so therefore, what do you suspect would happen? What would you predict would happen once this this skill that can be learned would be achieved by a significant proportion of the population?
Well, I would say the following. I mean, just suppose right now you could feel the searing, burning bullet of whoever's being killed in Northern Africa right now. Or just suppose right now you could feel the unbelievable torture of having your stomach empty in Central Africa. I'll guarantee you there'd be no more war and there'd be no more starvation. That's one of the implications.
An empathic civilization.
That's right.
Thank you.
All right. That's about it there.
Well, it's interesting to see what they've been up to.
Yeah.
This is a long time ago. Imagine what they're up to now.
Oh, shit. And they're listening to everybody's brain, talking away, thinking, whatever they're thinking. That's what I was talking about, someone where one day you'll be, your thoughts will maybe be against you in a court of law.
It's not like a violation of. I'm not sure in New Zealand what you have, but I know that it's not like a violation of the United States Constitution or Canada's. It's called the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and shit. They shouldn't be going.
Wouldn't they go under the Magna Carta? You know what you guys go under, Dean?
Yep.
Yeah.
Excuse us, we're having, put my mic on. Mute.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, I don't know what these people are up to.
Crazy stuff. Well, I know there's a lot of experiments going on with kids constantly, and I think that's why a lot of them disappear, is because they're constantly manipulating kids all the time. That's why some disappear too, is to do that. Because a lot of them that disappear, I noticed, are like special need ones, because the ones with autism tend to be like higher functioning and operate different, so they experiment.
Well, they target that in the GATE program. It's called the GATE program. It's all across the world. They have different names for it, like the gifted and.
But yeah, I'm definitely part of a lot of it. I know that I'll remember certain things as a kid that I went through that was horrifying, and
Fucking weird, yeah.
And when I tell people the stuff that happened to me when I was a kid, they look at me like, "Why didn't your mom do anything? Why didn't?" Well, it's strange, because I had this instance once. It first started when I was in like kindergartner, this bigger kid with blonde hair. And I think it was a draconian, a Draco or something. I had them pick me up by my arms and swing me, and I flung into the cement wall. I was in I had a severe concussion. I could barely see. There was something severely wrong with me, and nobody would do anything. I'm just like, this is so crazy. Why isn't anybody helping me? Because I was
Because
falling asleep.
because it's an agenda and they're doing it on purpose, all right? Like,
Yeah, it was crazy. I definitely had proof that I had to hire help all the time, man, because there was just days I should have been dead and I wasn't. It's crazy.
divine protection, huh? Divine
I
intervention.
definitely, I'm definitely highly protected because there were
Same.
instances like, well, I slammed my head on concrete. For 2 weeks, I know for a fact something was healing me and helping me because my mom wouldn't take me to the hospital. She wouldn't acknowledge there was anything wrong with me. I would sit at the table and not eat nothing for 2 days. And it's like, for someone that always ate and then I don't hardly eat for 2 days, you would think there's something really wrong with me. And nope, not a clue in the world.
What's the 23 up there for, Cage? What's that about?
Oh, this is about the GATE program. It's the podcast I made. It's an original thing I created, and like you know how like you go on YouTube or whatever, you have the countdown. Like I'll change the number if you don't like that.
No, it's 23. That's
20.
I'm just curious.
This is a couch.
23 is actually a number that
Yeah,
I
the
see
number
that.
23.
Yeah, it's common for me to see it.
What about 9?
I don't care which one. I just ask them about the 23.
I just happened to pause on that one. Like I
That's
didn't do it
cool.
first.
It's cool. It's all good. I'm just curious.
Well, I'd rather talk for a bit, but yeah, the GATE pro is very interesting. They call it different things. Yeah, it depends. They'll categorize you. So what they do in these education institution systems is they see
Yeah.
people with certain acumens, and then they're gonna classify you. It's like, okay, group 1 can be controlled, group 2 cannot, and they'll just like watch. I don't know. They're trying to find certain individuals that they can use for their fucking agenda from young.
Sure.
Yeah. They kept trying to steal my healing gifts or they were doing bad things, I think, to test my healing abilities and stuff. That's why they took it to serious extremes. And then, because then they even had my own mom try to take me out a few times when I was a little too. It was crazy.
Well, that's wild shit. I got no healing gifts. I got nothing like that. I can just block
Yeah.
the shit out.
Everybody does, bro. You got that too.
Well, I can heal myself, but I can't heal others.
See, I can heal other
Because you
people.
tell yourself that you could do that. Anyone can.
Oh, I can heal other people remotely too. I have energy that comes through my hands. You basically open
Oh, and the
portals.
palms? You have the
Yep.
hot the palms. Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and I can even hold the dragons that work with me, and then saying the dragons are part of me, which probably are, because I feel them, so it would be my own energy sitting in my hand, but I interact with them like they're a being of their own or something. I don't know, maybe they're just helping me understand my gifts and helping me use them. But
Yeah, like you don't want to be, no one's, well, everyone's special in their own way, but
yeah.
everybody has this ability. Yeah, like the hands. My hands are always like burning hot. Like the energy coming off of them constantly. You could feel it. I could like feel it from a distance. Like I can even like show people it and like.
Yeah, and I can tell when someone's
Whatever.
trying to manipulate my energy too. My hand will start to hurt because someone else is trying to use my gift. And so that's probably why I wear bracelets all the time, to block other people from trying to steal it. So that, 'cause I have to put a lot of heavy protection on me just to keep people out of my stuff.
Self-protection is very important.
Yep, I learned that early, but then I realized that a lot of a lot of my stuff now is to protect other people from me. Because I've noticed too
Yeah,
that
you
when
know,
you
you want to
generate,
fuck them up, yeah.
yeah, we right. Well, when you generate your own high frequency, you can hurt other people even too. So you have to,
Yeah, you got to be careful, right?
yeah.
Yeah. Because and they'll come back to you. Right? You don't want to do no harm, kind of thing.
Yeah. But yeah, that's crazy. And then I have such in-depth knowledge of so much stuff that I just want to keep trying to share. And then I noticed I'm shadow banned now because when you do authentic real healing, you're shadow banned, man. When you do real stuff, because I'll take out my selenite wand and it's like an extension of my energy, and it's just amplifying and helping direct my energy for the healing. And I'll glitch out people's channels, and I'm just like, yep, someone's trying to misuse it. It's blocking you out. This way you're glitching. There's something in your field that ain't
Well,
supposed to.
when you have this energy in your palms and stuff, what I've learned is it'll fuck up electronics and stuff. Like it has nothing
Yeah.
to do with other people's intention. It'll just mess with like electrical stuff.
Well, that too. Well, I can sense when someone else is trying to mess with me too through other people.
Could be, but it's whatever. People will be people.
I mean, when you start realizing when certain things talk through other people to get you, or talk through others to try to help you, even it goes both ways. It gets weird.
Yeah, I was kind of confused in like the chat, like thinking about like I have some weird motive. You're a woman. You have so you have an intuition, as everybody does. You think I have some weird thing I'm trying to mess with anybody? Like what? Like I don't even get where that came out of, like, left field.
I don't even know why you're bringing it up. We already resolved it.
No, it's all
It's
good. I'm
done.
just wondering.
It's
It's just
over.
odd.
We got 15 minutes, and then I'm gonna cut this off. Okay.
All right, buddy.
Yeah. It's going on 5 hours. I need to get to bed. It's 3 o'clock in the morning here.
2:53. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much,
Okay.
Phil.
All right.
Thank you very much, Phil, for buddy putting in a good effort.
You're welcome, Dino.
That was a great
I've had a good afternoon and evening, and I've listened to everything, and I'm up for another conversation. That's for sure.
That was
Yeah.
interesting, no, Dean? Like, yeah, I think this is. Yeah, thank you, Phil, because a lot of people have been trying to share this with other people, and everybody refuses to play the
Get
video.
to your page and Chris and Sing and Angel Wings, and take care all and wellness for
Right. See you
everyone.
later,
I
Dean.
still got 15 minutes, man.
Yeah, I know, but I'm eating, and I think I should just
Dropping
drop
down.
off.
All right,
Dean.
be careful.
See you later. Till next
Later.
time.
Much love, brother.
Same time, same thing. Yep, same
Yes.
everyone.
Yes.
Yeah, Singularity. What did you think about that whole video? There's a lot to unpack. It's like a lot of things.
Well, I just seen a lot of programming attempts. I don't follow that system at all, to tell you the truth. It doesn't do nothing for me. I comprehend what he's trying to get at. It's not my path. Not at all.
You know what I did notice? Like his hand, like he kept putting up that hand symbol, the sign of horns or whatever.
Yeah, it's the programming that they're trying to push on people, basically, right?
Too much symbolism. They always say they give themselves away in their symbolism because the ones more aware catch on to it and can read it.
Well, from my perspective, they're still at they're at their path evolutionary stage, and they're going to realize sooner or later the only way to progress is through genuine work and give up their perceived manipulation attempts to control.
Yeah. Because in their illusions they create, control is illusion too.
Yeah.
Well, from what I've been hearing, they're through DARPA and all those programs. They're trying to use the AI to send out frequency to manipulate people. And this what do you know that lady that I think her name is Wallace, maybe? I'll find out her name, Cage, and I'll get it for you. She has been researching this, and she used to work for the government, and she's retired, and she's been putting shit together for the past 3 years, and she's coming out with it now. She's kind of a heavier set lady, dark hair.
I've had like corporations and weird entities approach me and try to get me to work for them. I'm like, go fuck yourself. Fuck off. You know what I mean, not gonna happen. Yeah.
But I'll send her information your way so you can hear what she
I know
has
what
to
you're
say.
talking about because they can definitely know they did that to a few YouTube channel people too. Because there was this wonderful lady, and I couldn't understand. I understand it, but I couldn't at the same time because she was intentionally bullied through chat, and I've noticed that a lot of bots that show up are negative and purposely do it. So to me, it seems like a experiment they're running
It's a
through
psyop.
YouTube.
It's a psyop.
Yeah, she committed
Psychological
suicide
operation.
over it, and then it's
No,
like
no, don't tell me that for real.
yeah, she committed suicide over it because those hateful people were so filling her head full of stuff, and she had autism, and it really hurt her because she could feel all that, and that's where they get you. She was an
Oh, that's
empath.
fuck. That's way crossing the fucking line.
Yeah, YouTube freaking does that crap. I can't believe it because I've seen them glitch into mine suddenly, and I had 4,000 views on one live, and so you can tell it was a manipulated attempt to try to shut me down by overloading me with hate chat.
Well, yeah, you can
Only
easily. It's not hard to do. Like you can.
well,
Like,
they'd underestimated my mods in chat because my mods shut them down and blocked every one of those.
what's their channel name if you want to share it for people?
Oh,
Angel
it's
Wings, the same thing. Yeah.
well, Seraphim Angel Wings.
So what is it at the beginning? Sorry.
Seraphim.
Seraphim. Oh, Okay.
Yeah.
Phil, what was your intake on the video?
Same as yours. All foolish. It's, to hear him talk about it in 2009 lets you know why they're doing what they're doing today. But
Yeah, it's the exact same thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
There, I
Whether
posted in chat my channel name.
whether they realize it or not, these beings have hit a frequency wall, and they're not moving until they do genuine work. They can't manipulate through the resonance gates that are frequency itself, so that are sentient, symbiotic, source core regulated. Cannot manipulate further. So they're like they're at a wall. They need to change and do genuine work, or else they're going to stay looping, stuck. And as we beings, like many of ourselves, are progressing, advancing, and enhancing, they're going to be left in the dust. They're going to realize that they're going to be behind the perceived finish line quite far.
They bought the lie.
So yeah, it is really, they'll figure it out as we progress and structures phase in. They'll figure it out that they can't access them until they do their work.
Right. No, I truly know that.
Yes. And all that being, go ahead, Phil.
Go ahead. No, go
I was
ahead.
just going to define. Yeah, no, it's just all being stated. I was about to wrap it up after this. I wanted to hear what you had
Well,
to
I was
say.
going to say that the maker, the source of all creation, is changing things in our reality, like the Mandela effects. I don't believe that's CERN or anything like that. I believe only that can happen through divine intervention. If they can do that and they can control all this, I'm not worried about it. I got no worries. My faith is strong.
Right, but it's also not just faith; it's knowing certain, like
Yes,
what I
yes, of course.
precognition vision, where you've already been informed of things that are going to arrive and how things are going to be.
Yep.
Yep. Like,
Well, thanks for coming, Phil.
Angel,
hey, Angel.
if you're interested in that gate program thing, we're not gonna have time to play this. It's a long video. We've been through a lot. I feel it seems pretty tired,
Okay.
and so I put it in the private chat. Too. I did subscribe to you.
Thank you.
All right, it was an excellent panel, Phil. I want to thank everybody that participated. Thank Phil, the host.
Singularity, you should drop your your thing too for
Oh,
people.
there's nothing there. I deleted all
You
the
got rid of
videos,
it
man.
all. You used to have
Yeah,
really good. You used to have like really good dialogues and stuff.
it was good dialogue, but limited time offer. The window's closed in that aspect.
Okay, I get it.
I've moved beyond that.
Big turkey.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
fine.
it's just I'm not making content no more because whoever caught that perceived
I
right
did.
frequency
I
of
did.
information.
I used to. You have a lot of great information, man.
Well, thank you. Yeah, but that has come to an end because what is accessible, I do know, is all wisdom and knowledge. I know nothing in the, I know not more than anybody else. Everybody has access to whatever they're going to put their efforts into to access, right? And
Yeah, you see. Yeah, exactly. And for you, Mr. Phil, I didn't put the link to your channel in my chat because you never know. You got really some weird fuckers that may or may not be on. Like, I don't want like you to get like fucked. I don't want to be responsible for you getting like messed with. Man. Right. Like putting that out
all
there.
right.
You never know who's watching them.
With that all being said, until the next panel, if so, we're all here, then we shall participate there or maybe somewhere else. All right, Phil, everybody rest well, do what you need to do, and
Take
see
care.
you sooner or later.
Oh
See
yeah.
you later. Bye.
Take care. Take care.
All right, Angel, it's your turn. You got anything else to say?
Oh,
Never stop achieving. Don't ever let anything ever tell you no.
All right, cool. Good message.
you got this. Keep your heads up. You are the master of your own reality. It's all a
Yep.
projection through your own mind. And thank you so much for having me, bro. Everybody.
Yep.
Till next time. Thank you
Everybody
so
take
much.
care.
Take care, man. Get some rest, bro. Keep doing it. Keep doing the great work. You got it.
All right, bye. Thanks for coming. All right, get ready to end it up. Thanks, chat. Everybody out there, Fools and Tools, Maggot, Repo. Who else did I think it's got everybody. Everybody I know of. Everybody take care. Be good or be good at it. Later.